I mean,
Hello everyone, and peace of Christ, all of you, peace about your friends, and let us have some good time together with some education. Before we start, I saw a smart Muslim asking a question, and he said, I don't know if he is still in the chat, his name is Lily John. The Muslim, they use names which is not Muslim names, just to under like cover. And he said, who is the one who killed Jesus? Is it the Jews or Satan or the will of God? You know, I find it very funny when a Muslim, he's tried, trying to use his brain. And this is what our topic today is about. And I find it very silly and very stupid of them when they ask their questions. Because those questions are not merely meant to be a question, they are meant to play games. But isn't your stupid God in the Quran said that the Jews, they said we killed Jesus? So why a Muslim is asking who killed Jesus when your stupid God say the Jews says we killed Jesus? And according to your stupid God, Allah saved Jesus from the Jews. So what the point of this question? Who killed Jesus? Was it Satan? Or maybe it was the Jews? Or maybe God will? So are you there, Mr. Lily? What an idiot. You know, today our topic is about logic. And it's funny when I find it that Muslims, they try to use logic to understand things. But in the same time, if we ask them, so what is the logic that Allah, he saved Jesus from the cross, but he did not save Muhammad from being killed by the Jews? I mean, the Jews, they said we killed Jesus. Allah, according to Muslim, he saved him. The Jews, they killed Muhammad by putting poison for him. So why Allah did not save Muhammad, but he saved Jesus? And you know, here you see the question. For sure, Muslims have no answer for it. And even the verse in front of us does not even say they killed him not. He said they did not kill him for sure. So even the stupid Muhammad, he could not confirm if he was killed or not, because all what it says, they killed him not for sure. You see, the Muslims, when they say, you know, when you read the Quran, they stop here and they say, it says no, it says they killed him not, nor crucified him. But it so was made to appear to them. But this is mean. This is what happened. So you confirmed it, you idiot. You did not deny it. It was confirmed when you say this is what might appear to them. So the nation, who is like a crowd of thousands of people, it was made to appear to them that Jesus was in the cross. And then now you are telling them it was not Jesus. I mean, who is the donkey here? But anyway, let us go to our topic, which is Sheikh Asim. Oh, not Sheikh Asim. This is not Sheikh Asim. Where is the Sheikh Asim here? Sheikh Asim. Sheikh Asim, you know, he is an awesome sheikh, and actually he present what Islam is about. I mean, well, we have too many videos from yesterday. When we open the page, they are still there. Let me close those things here, guns and etc. All right, hold on, give me a second. I see. I have the link for the video we play. Look like it's closed by mistake, something like that. But we have it in the info because we give them a credit, so they cannot complain and say, oh, copyright violation as usual. So let us open it here. In this video, Sheikh Asim, he will ask a very serious question. And the question is, can we Muslim use, the person who's asking is a Muslim, can Muslim use logic to refute atheists? Can we learn logic? And this is the title of the video: learning logic and philosophy to refute atheists, secularists, etc. Sheikh Asim, he come with the answer saying to you, first of all, you know, such a thing is, you know, it is, you know, it is not allowed in Islam. It's haram. It's forbidden. And as you see in the title in front of you, I'm just using the subtitle so they cannot claim copyright over anything, you know, even though we are using fair use, but we know them. So, and then he gave him an example that there is a scholar, very well-known scholar, his name is Al-Ghazali. Who did use philosophy in order to explain Islam or to refute non-Muslims. But because he did that, he lost his compass. And Al-Ghazali is someone we hear Muslims always speak about him. Actually, a long time ago, a bunch of Muslims, they made an article and they made a video to refute me, and they said Al-Ghazali. And then in 2 seconds, we found that Al-Ghazali is not a Muslim no more because he used philosophy and logic. But in this video here, he says, it is totally forbidden it, not because Islam cannot answer. Oh, you know, but it's forbidden. You know, why? And then he says to you, because if you do so, you will lose your compass. Logic is an idea, but rather it is like, you know, you can watch the video and see. It's very funny and very stupid. But here we ask ourselves a very simple question. As long as the Muslims, they don't agree with logic, so why they come to us and they ask, is it logical that God have a son? As long logic and philosophy is haram, then why the Muslim, they come and they ask questions and they question the logic when none of them believe in logic? And in this video, this man, he said that we as a Muslim, we are slaves of Allah. Slaves of Allah, they don't ask questions. They are slaves. If your master, he says to you, bring me that thing, do you ask him why? So we don't ask questions because we are slaves of Allah. There's other video here, and we have it in the info too. It says how to explain abrogated verses in the Quran for justification of you or using one's own logic. How we can justify the abrogation of the Quran?
Didn't you hear what he said yesterday? He said that, and he claimed that he traveled from Mecca to Jerusalem and then ascended to the 7th heaven and then came back to Jerusalem and came back to Mecca in less than one night.
So this is the question the Arab, they ask Abu Bakr as-Siddiq in this video, the companion of Muhammad. Did you see your friend yesterday? He said, he claimed that he went to the 7 galaxies and he came back to Jerusalem and he visited Jerusalem and then he came back to Mecca, all of this at night. And this is the question why he is quoting this story, because we don't go by logic. This is not logical. This is not logical. So we don't go by logic. Their logic is it possible for a man who is sleeping in Mecca to go overnight, to go to the 7th heaven, come back in the top of a flying donkey, and go back to Jerusalem, and then from Jerusalem he go back to Mecca? So the Muhammadan, when they speak about logic, they got themselves busted, because first of all, what is the point of this journey? Secondly, why there's no witnesses? Number 3, if the Quran says that the journey of the angels take them 1,000 years to go there, the Quran itself says that it takes the angel 1,000 years to go to heaven. And Muhammad was accompanied with the angel Jibreel. So he is, and when Allah he speak how long it take the journey, he was speaking about Jibreel, because Jibreel is the one who go up and down. How long it take? Chapter 32, verse number 5. He directed the audience from the heaven into the earth, then scanded into him in a day, wherefore the measure of 1,000 years if you are rocking. So how it take for the angels to go up and down? $2,000 years. 1,000 to go up, 1,000 to come down. Wonderful. So how Muhammad he went up to the 7th heaven, and it's taking him few hours. You see, we are not going to use logic. I'm not going to use my logic. I'm asking the Muslims a very simple question. The logic of Allah, the reasoning of Allah is stupid, because he is the one who says it take 1,000 years for the angels to go up. So how it take 1,000 years for the angels to go up, and then it took Muhammad a few hours, and he was in a company of an angel? Was Muhammad faster than the angel? Do we have any Muslim would like to call us on Skype? Do we have any Muhammadan would like to call us on Skype? If you like to call us, feel free, and don't be embarrassed. Remember, you have an amazing religion, supposedly, and it is have a strong logic. The guy, he went up to heaven, nobody see him. Anything Muhammad he do, nobody see it. Muhammad see an angel, nobody see it. Muhammad he go to the first heaven, and when he go to the first heaven, what he found? Can you believe it that the angels they ask Muhammad, or they ask, sorry, Jibreel, who is with you? Not only that, they ask Jibreel, who are you? I never heard that a soldier he do not know his captain. When Muhammad he arrived with Jibreel to the temple of Solomon, the Muslim they call it Baytul Maqdis, Jibreel he put his finger on the wall to make a hole. Why? Because he wanna tie up the flying donkey. Look like Jibreel, he knew that this flying donkey is out of control, so if he let him free, he will leave. So what he do? He put his finger in the wall and he made a hole to tie up the donkey. But this donkey was sent by Allah. Look like this donkey is a wild one, the flying donkey. And then the story continue here. You will see that Muhammad, when he went up and up and up, he arrived to the first gate and the first gate and then second gate and third gate, fourth gate. And each time he passed by a gate, they asked the same question. They asked Jibreel, who are you? Who is with you? Who are you? He say, I'm Jibreel. Who is with you? Muhammad. Oh, Muhammad, who was called? Yes, he was called. Open the door. Did you watch the movie The Lord of the Ring? This is the same story where the angels, before they take him up to heaven, they have to make a preparation to be the first astronaut man who go to the space. They open his chest and they brought with them a dish of gold full of faith and wisdom, and they installed faith and wisdom in his chest. This is as a preparation for the journey. And then after they install those wisdom and faith, it says here, I was then brought to a white beast, which called al-buraq. Al-buraq is coming from the word like lighting. Buraq, barq is a lighting. Al-buraq is a beast supposedly. His name is from lighting. So he have the speed of light. Wonderful. Okay. That's mean in 8 hours of a speed of light, we can go and see Allah. Not only actually 8 hours, 4 hours. Because Muhammad, he went up and he came back. And then he came back to Jerusalem. And then he spent time in Jerusalem. And then he came back to Mecca. All this time will count. So look like Al-Buraq, in 2 hours he arrived to Allah. So bigger than a donkey, smaller than a mule. Muhammad described him. But as you see, he's a physical donkey. He's not just, it's not like so he's a physical, he's a real beast. Its stride was long as I could reach. I mean, why the stride is so long when the donkey is so small? If the guy is if this donkey is smaller than a mule, bigger than a donkey, why the stride is so long as the eye could reach? And then he says, I was mounted on it, and then we went forth till we reached the lowest heaven. Jibreel asked for the gate to be open. Here we go. The movie started. Guys, if you want to make a comment, and the comment isn't just a comment, have nothing to do with me, you are not asking a serious question, don't put my name next to it. Because by putting my name, you get my attention, and then I read it, you are not saying anything to me. I mean, why? Just share your comment, no problem, but don't add my name unless you are directing the question to me. So Jibreel asked for the gate to be open, and here we see the hilarious story. It was said, who is he? Like, what the heck? This guy Jibreel is going up, going down, going up, going down, and now the angels, they are asking, who is he? Jibreel replied saying, Jibreel. It was again said, who is with you? Like, what the heck? I mean, the angels do not know the most famous man, Muhammad? They are not watching YouTube? They did not watch the video of Zakir Naik? I cannot accept such a thing. The angels of Allah, they do not know who is he, who is with you. He replied, Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad. It was said, has he been sent for? Like, what the heck? Look at this checkpoint. They have to ask all the questions. People, as I said, don't add my name next to your comment unless it is serious. As long as you are making comment for everybody to see, don't put my name next to it. Do me a favor. Don't force me to block you. So, has he been sent for? He, Jibreel, said, yes. He, the prophet, said, then the gate was open. Well, shouldn't you call the high departments? Maybe this is not the true Jibreel. Maybe this is not Muhammad. Maybe it's a fabrication. Maybe it's the Mossad. What the heck? And then the story continues. They go to the second gate, and they ask the same question. So, what the funny here, when Muhammad he enter. By the way, Muslims, how long it took this conversation? Like, open the gate, who is with you? And why the angels do not know Jibreel? I mean, do he look like a monkey? I mean, do he look like what? I mean, how the angels could not notice that this is their boss? Who is going to go there? Like, is the first gate of the heaven is in the highway or somewhere, like highway in Michigan or maybe in Indonesia, and there's too many traffic, or Bangladesh, the train passed by? Who is with you? Do we have any Muslim? As long Muslim, they don't like logic. We will not question logic. We will question just how stupid this story is. I'm not questioning the logic, but why the angels do not know Jibreel? Jibreel is the one who just came to pick up Muhammad from the earth. Because Jibreel, he left 1,000 years ago. As the Quran says, it take the angels 1,000-year journey. So now Jibreel, he's older. He have a gray hair. So the other angels, they could not recognize him. You see, we keep asking people not to add my name next to their comment unless it is necessary, but they keep doing it. There's many people, they are qualified to be Muhammad here. Do we have any Muslim here would like to say anything? Is that because it took Jibreel 1,000 years to come back, so he changed? His hair, you know, he lost maybe his hair, like he looked like Sam Shamoun now? Huh? Maybe he came back to the heaven in the Halloween day? How the angels could not recognize? How in the world they are even asking him, who is this? I mean, don't the angel Jibreel, he have 600 wings? Like, is it possible that around the gate of the heaven there's a lot of insect, they have 600 wings of flying? We keep saying, don't put my name next to your comment. They keep posting my name next to the comment. Hilarious people. You guys remind me of Muhammad when he said, don't write the hadith. Anything I say, don't write it down. And they start saying, the Prophet says, anything I say, don't write it down. I keep saying, don't put my name next to your comment. And what they do? They put my name next to their comment. Exactly like the Muhammadan. Look. The super intelligence, how it works. Their prophet, he just told them, don't write down what I say except the Quran. The Muslim, they write down. The Prophet said, don't write down except the Quran. You idiot, he just told you don't write down. And those are the people here. We keep saying to them, don't put my name next to the comment. They keep doing it. Qualified to be Muslims, obviously. Weird people. Do we have any Muslim here have anything to say? Let us see. If you text me before, you have to text me again if you are a Muslim because I wasn't online. I am Muslim. Why did you cut the verse? Okay, this is a Muslim. He's asking me why I cut the verse. That's a good one. He said the Imam is here, come in Thursday. Let us see if the Imam is here. I don't know, maybe he is not online. Do we have any Muslim want to say anything? Anyone? Who is a Muslim would like to convert us to Islam? So the Quran followers are right, should not follow the Hadith. No, you see, when Muhammad he said, don't write it down, he is not saying don't follow what I say. But the idiot, he is aware of how stupid he is. Obviously, in that moment, Muhammad, he knew that he made a lot of poo-poo. So he thought he can keep alive what he want to stay alive. If they write everything, then he cannot get rid of it later. So like if I say something now, and then I say something yesterday, and you say to me, oh, you said this yesterday, and here we go, this is what you say, and I wrote it down. That is an embarrassment. So Muhammad is trying to clean himself because he made too much poo-poo. But he is not saying to them, don't follow the Hadith, because the Quran ordered them to follow what Muhammad say, regardless if it's written or not. Do we have any Muslim would like to join us live on air? Why the angels could not recognize that the one who is in the front door is Jibreel? Anyone knows? And obviously this gate is a real gate. Somebody speak to Knight Templar in his language, tell him not to use my name, especially he is using a language I didn't even understand. All right, we have somebody, his name is a True Islam. I hope it's not Fakira. Let us see. He is not answering. Okay, let's see this one. We are calling. Hello? It must be Fakira, son of Muta. She changed her name. It's not Fakira no more. I don't know. I like you when you are Fakira. Sorry. Any real Muslim would like to call us? Very filthy mouth, son of Muta. Any brave Muslim beside this idiot who do not know anything about his religion, he laugh at the Hadith, he laugh at the Quran, he called his prophet the MF word. He was explaining to me why the prophet, he broke the command of Allah because he is an MF man. Go watch the video, it's still there, we did not delete it yet. Don't forget to download it, share it everywhere. Do we have any brave Muslim? Anyone? No real Muslim here? If you know anyone, he is a sheikh, a real sheikh, you know, not like those kids. He is live on air. He have his own program live now. He have a Skype. I'm willing to call him in his program. My friend, I answered you already. Why you keep repeating the same question? Why people repeat the same question tens of times? Do you remember Mumu claimed the distance between the earth and first heaven? Yeah. Don't, you know, hold on. He's asking a question have to do with the topic. Andrew, don't delete the comment unless he is, you see, I said a comment about, like, just comment, have nothing to do with me. But if the question is meant to be a question and it have to do with the comment, then let it go with the topic. Don't delete his comment. So yeah, Muhammad, he spoke about a distance of 500 years, right? But 500 years between every level of heaven. But as you've seen, this is a total contradiction for the Quran. The Quran says 1,000 year. But the Muslim, they say, well, no. The 1,000 year in the Quran, they don't arrive to the seventh heaven. They arrive where Allah, He stole, or store, sorry, He store the Quran in a tablet. According to Muhammad, there's a tablet in chapter 85, verse number 22, and Allah, He put the Quran in that tablet. So the angels, they don't go all the way to Allah to get the Quran. No, they go and they read one verse or two verses, depending on what Allah wants them to read at the time. And then they go down and they give it to Muhammad. However, this is still 1,000 year. So 1,000 year, not all the way to Allah. 1,000 year is to arrive here. Please, my brother Daniel Manta. Okay, why those they should call me, my friend? Are they Muslims? Why they want to call me? Do we have any brave Muslim here would like to speak to us? And why Allah, He wrote the Quran in a tablet? The Muslim, they will say to you, well, there it says preserved. That is very funny. So you preserve the Quran by writing it in a tablet? Why, Allah memory is bad? He have a bad memory? And if you look and see how Allah, He wrote, and where He put the tablet, He put it between the two eyes of an angel. His name is Israfil. The angel name is Israfil. And the tablet, Allah, He placed it between his two eyes. And the distance between his two eyes is the same as the distance between here and the sky. Daniel, he support Abdul Samud claim. Oh, Daniel is a Muslim. His warden will come. Hey, Master Daniel, please call me. All right, let's see this guy here. If the gentleman, his name is Daniel Anata. Hello? Hello? Fakira, maybe. Hello? Are you there? Fakira. This guy is having an obsession. You know, since we wiped the floor with his face, this guy, he cannot forget. That's it, my friend. You lost your honor a long time ago. You are not virgin. I cannot fix that. You know, the virginity skin is gone. No doctor can fix it. Go get angry as much as you want. People are dying laughing at you. Why I want to even talk to you? You are just a filthy mouth, and we use you only once as a towel. We wipe the floor with you, and you are not even worth. You see, there's some towels, you wash them, right? Because, I mean, still they can be used. You are not be used tomorrow. I took your course hundreds of times. That's it. We are done with you, Fakira. Do we have any real Muslim? Where this guy Daniel, who like Abdul Samud? Why, my friend, you don't call me? You are from Indonesia, right? Why you don't call Abdul Samud and let us have a conversation? I will assure you that Abdul Samud, he will not stand 2 minutes. He will change his name later to Fakira too. Oh, he is not a Muslim. He is the best friend of Abdul Samud. How he can be a friend to Abdul Samud? Isn't it the Quran says, chapter 5, verse number 51, the Quran forbid the Muslim taking Christians and Jews as a friends or protectors, and if you do so, you are one of them. So my friend Abdul Samud is lying to you. This is the Quran, and I can show it to you in your own language. This is the stupid Quran. Oh, you believe, take not the Jews and the Christians for your friends or the protectors. So how Abdul Samud, he take you as a friend? He is lying to you. He's just lying to you, you know. Let us switch to the Indonesian language, Bahasa. Okay, and I will read it for you in the Bahasa language just to make you happy. So Abdul Samud, he's told you he is your friend. Abdul Samud is a scam. Hai orang yang beriman, Jangala kamu menggalabi orang-orang Yahudi dan Nasarani menjadi beramim mu sabagati makaraka makaria. I mean, don't you see it? It says you cannot take the orang, or people, you know, orang, you cannot take Yahudi and Nasrani as what? As a friends or protectors. So how is your friend? So call your friend Abdul Samud, tell him, Christian Prince, he smoked you without smoke. By the way, I don't smoke at all. I never smoke. The only smoke I do is Muslims, which is it can be considered as a hashish in some places. What do you think? CP just quoted the hadith saying that they should write nothing other than the Quran. So why you refuse to debate them? Why you cannot defeat the Quran? We are doing that. Here we go. We are defeating the Quran. You know, it's not our fault that the Muslim, they believe in the hadith. So don't be a smart ass. In Islam, if you don't believe in the hadith, you are not even a Muslim. So when somebody he tried to be a smart ass, he is simply an idiot. This is their religion. It's not up to me to design what is Islam. Islam is somebody believe in what Muhammad said and he obey what he say. The Quran says not only you have to obey the book of Allah, you have to obey Muhammad. And that's mean whatever Muhammad he say, you have to obey. And that have to be out of the Quran. And this is why the Muslims, there is many things, it's not in the Quran, and even it's sometimes it's abrogate the Quran, but Muhammad said it. So the Muslim, they have to follow the hadith. As an example, the Quran says you do muta. Muhammad, he said, don't do muta no more. Which one the Muslim they follow? The hadith. So the Muslim believe that even hadith is more powerful than the Quran. So when I use what the hadith says about Muhammad saying don't write down, it doesn't mean that Muhammad says don't follow my hadith. He's just saying don't write it down. In the same time, all the Muslims agree that you cannot be a Muslim. I can show you right now a fatwa. It says clearly that the one who don't accept the hadith is not a Muslim. He is an apostate. The one who obey Allah and his messenger, and the one who obey his messenger is the one who will go to heaven. If it's obeying Allah is enough, then there is no need to obey the messenger, because the Quran is the word of Allah. And then there is no need for the rest. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? Orang Orang. The only one is trying to call us is Fakira from Disneyland. She's a very, very hot lady. Can we call Sheikh Abdul Samud? Abdul Samud? Do Abdul Samud have a Skype? Guys, do Abdul Samud have a Skype? If Abdul Samud have a Skype, give it to me. I will call him immediately. Let us wake him up. It's morning time there in Indonesia. It's what the time there now? It is it 9 in the morning or it's 10, 12, something like that? I'm not sure. 7? This guy is not answering. So mad, Abdul Samud. I don't care. If you know their Skype, give me their Skype. I will call them immediately. If you know Skype of all those who they claim to be Ustaz in Indonesia or any country in the world. If you know the Skype of Zakir Naik, I will call him immediately. Great and Prince. First of all, I don't use the Skype. Secondly, I'm busy. Zakir Naik, how you jump in the broadcast? I did not even call you, man. How you can do that? Great and Prince, we are Muslims. We are the one who came with the technology. What the heck? You are the one who came with the technology. Which one? As an example, it discovered now in China that it is, if you drink camel urine, it's very healthy. That is a high technology. So if you drink camel urine, you are very healthy. Exactly. So why you look like you are dead? Great and Prince, respect yourself. What are you talking about? Look at the mirror, man. Yours just bones. If I turn the fan on, you will fly. Listen, Prince, I'm very skinny because I am a guru. You are a what? I'm a guru. You are a Hindu now? Listen, Prince, I used to be Hindu. And now I became a Muslim, alhamdulillah. Okay, Zakura. Thank you very much for your help. Do we have any brave Muslim would like to join us live on air? Any Ustad? I mean, they call themselves even Ustad. Why? I have no idea. Now, don't ask me where I got those stories from. You know, people, they say to me, do you write them down? No, my friend, I just tell you, here we go. What write down? Do we have any Muhammadan here? Anyone? If you have a sheikh, you know his Skype, I will be happy to call him immediately. And let us have, you know, a serious discussion with somebody who have knowledge. Let us see how people of knowledge, they can handle it. You know? What do you think? Do we have any Muhammadan? He have a Ustad? Ustad from Indonesia, from Bangladesh, from Malaysia, from Singapore, from Emirat, from Bahrain, from wherever you wish. What do you think? Anyone? Remember, if you call me and you bring victory to Allah, Allah will give you an extra reward. I cannot even describe the reward for you. It's a lot of reward. Endless one. Who wanna get the endless reward? Any Muhammadan? Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. So as you see, the Quran and the Hadith, both of them, they complete one story. The story, none of it make any sense, and it contradict each other. And even when the Muslim, they get depressed, they say, we don't accept the Hadith. Okay, do you accept the Quran? Do they even accept the Quran? Who is a Muslim here accept the Quran? They don't. The Quran said the sun set in a murky water. What the Muslim they say? No, 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 no. This is from the perspective of Zulkarnain. Okay, Abdul, did Allah say that word? Did Allah say in the verse, he saw it from his perspective and I am correcting him? Or he said he found it sitting in a muddy, boiling water? They don't accept the Quran. Because if they accept the Quran, they will take the Quran as it said, not as they added. Until when he reached the sitting place of the sun. Where is that? Where is the sitting place of the sun so we can reach it, brother? You see, it doesn't say until the sunset time. That is a place. No, this is not a place. He said until he reached the sitting place of the sun. Okay, where is that? My friend, ultimate truth is not even a Muslim. And this is you yourself. You are just posting. Nobody speak about him except you. Get lost. Ultimate fault. This guy himself, he just said the F word to your prophet. And he said the F word to all the Arab, which mean Aisha and everybody. Hey, this guy is a very filthy mouth donkey. Shame on you even to mention his name. You must, you know, like the only one who mentioned the name of this person is this person. Even Muslim, they spit on him. Especially after he said the F word to his prophet. So look what the Quran said. Enter when he reached the sitting place of the sun, he found it sitting in a spring of a black, muddy, hot water. Where it says in the verse that this was from the perspective. And then to confirm if this is what it's meant, we have even a hadith to support this story. Muhammad in the hadith, he said that yes, the sun set in a muddy boiling water. Did Muhammad get the hadith wrong too? And is this hadith is weak? No. Here we go. Even the Muslim website says grade sahih in chain, which means nothing wrong with it. Very authentic. I was sitting behind the Messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey. While the sun was setting, he asked, do you know where this sat? I replied, Allah and his apostles know best. He said, it sat in a spring of a warm water. So now we have the hadith and we have the Quran. They are not contradicting each other and they are in total agreement. So why the Muslim, they lie? Because it's an embarrassment. And now how the Muslim, they will refute Christian Prince? They will say this. It's mentioned by Uthman ibn Abi Shayba, from Ubayd ibn Abdullah, from Ibn Umar ibn Maysara, from Yazid ibn Harun, from Sufyan. Stop. Sufyan, everybody knows that he is from San Francisco, and he is a liar, and he is even voting for Democrat, and he is corrupt. Okay? So therefore, this hadith is not accepted. Like, what the heck? How you know that Sufyan is a bad boy? And if Sufyan is a bad boy, what about the rest? Why all the good names here, they accepted the bad boys? This is how they refute. And supposedly now they got me busted. Snusu told Dudu, and Tutu told Mumu, and Mumu said to Fifi, and Fifi said to ha said to Cuckoo, and Cuckoo is a big fat liar. Thank you very much. So as long it is a Cuckoo is making a poo-poo, why it's there, and why you say Sahih in chain, and why it's in total agreement with the Quran? Was the verse in the Quran too is purported by a fraud? I asked a Muslim friend, he said murky water is a metaphorical of space. That's deep. Guys, murky water is a metaphorical for space. Did you say to your friend the donkey who said that to you that he found next to it people? How it is in the space and there is next to people live there? He found it sitting in a spring of muddy water and he found near it people. This guy is in the earth. He is not taking a spaceship with Elon Musk. I mean, what is the intelligence? There's no intelligence these days. There's ice cream. Do you see he found near it people? He found what near it? He reached the setting place of the sun. How that can be metaphorical? Setting place. Place, geography. He kept going, he kept going. It says here, we established for him in the earth. Where? In the earth. What space? And since when the sun set in the space? That is new. Hey son, where you go? I'm in the space, buddy. What do you do there? Playing bing bong. You play bing bong? Yes, I play bing bong. What is that? Bing and bong. Ah, this is where the Big Bang is coming from. Exactly. Bing bong. So I play bing bong because simply the origin of the sun is coming from the Big Bang. Science. Focus with me on the topic now. We don't want to explain about how the jinn, they became Muslims. Allah, he created. I mean, those stories is really horrible. Like the jinn are Muslims, your boy. And the jinn, there's a jinn Christian, by the way. There's a guy, he's a sheikh. He wrote a book. It's called An Interview with a Genie. And this book became so popular. I don't know if it exists in English. And in the book, it says that the Muslim genie, when we sleep, they go to our refrigerator and they eat the food. Sadly, my family are not Muslim, so I cannot explain to my mother who ate the baklava. If my mother was a Muslim, I just can't blame the genie. Actually, there's a Saudi family. They did sue the genie in their house. They filed a case for the court that their Muslim genie who live in their house is eating their food, and there's many things in the house are disappearing. Obviously, their son is in drugs. So let me search for the news. Muslim Saudi family. I'm typing in Arabic. Hold on. Let us type in English. Here we go. This was 2009, actually. I don't know if they have new cases now. Saudi family sues genie, alleged harassment. The Sharia court, the lawsuit filed to in the Sharia court that the genie is leaving them, threatening them, voicemail, stealing their cell phones, and hurling rocket at them. Unbelievable. The genie is doing that, and you take him to court. What the heck? Did you arrest the guy? Hey Muslims, any update with the case? Well, why not? Muhammad told them that even once he captured one of the genie and he wanted to tie him up to the column of the mosque, but then he remembered Brother Solomon. So he let him go. Are you sure that this genie, his name is not Fakira? From Senegal? Who changed his gender from male to a female? Do we have any brave Muslim here who would like to call us? Anyone? Any half one? There is a Muslim who called and he asked about the genie who's having sex with his wife. Look. Let me read for you a Muslim article. Jinn who establish such a connection with women or young girls usually marry them and engage in sexual activities during which those women see and feel the jinn with whom they are interacting as a solid physical person, as if it were a human male. However, as jinn do not have tangible physical body, inevitably the following question comes to mind. A Muslim, he have a mind? I mean, look what the topic is about, and they say a question come to the mind. Can you believe it? Come to the mind? What mind? I mean, those who believe in those things, they have mind. Okay. How in earth, look, this is a Muslim question now. Look, question. This is serious now. How on earth can jinn, who cannot even become a completely physical manage to satisfy a woman with physical human body? That's a good question. How you can satisfy a woman when you are not physical genie? Huh? Hey Muslims, this is a good question. So the woman now, she is in bed and you are doing boom boom to her with what? Hello? And how your prophet, he captured the guy, the genie in the hadith, if you don't have a physical body, you can't catch the guy. In such a conditions, the jinn stimulate the center in the brain responsible for sexual arousal. All scientists who work in the field of physiology, look, we have science now. Scientists, here we go. The Muslim, they brought the scientists in the middle. The scientists now, they are there. Know very well that when electroshock is applied to the center of the brain, it is possible to make a person feel and do whatever you want. What the heck? The genie is using high-tech technology wiring? Do you think that the genie is using solar system too? I mean, this is an educated Muslim trying to explain how the stupidity works. And then, in fact, I love it when Muslims, they say in fact, that because this is a fact. In fact, not always relationship between female human and male jinn, sexual relationship also take place between female jinn and male human. What? Now we know what happened with Fakira. She been rode by human, genie male, genie female maybe, and now he became lesbo. So genie, they have male and female, and now they want to have sex with the human. My friend, why you keep talking about this stupid Andrew Tate? I mean, why you are interested in a pimp? Are you a pimp too? What is your interest in a pimp? Why you keep talking about a pimp? Why even you care for a pimp? What's wrong with you? A pimp. Aren't you even ashamed to mention his name? Why you care? He's a pimp. Stupid people. People are really stupid, man. It's like a whore converted to Islam. This guy is not even a whore. He is the biggest whore. So why you keep mentioning his name? Because you are stupid. Because you have no, you don't have a belief, you don't have faith. You are just a stupid. You are a follower of a pimp, obviously. Why you are even following his news? Are you a member in his website? He gave you free access to sex? Focus with us, focus. We have a genie having sex now. Something more important than your pimp. In fact, it is not always, brother, a relationship between a human male and genie, human and male genie. Sexual relationships also take place between female jinn and male human. Why those are not coming to me? Me, I'm single, and those genie female are not coming. Where are you? Oh, hold on. I feel something. What the heck is that? No, 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 no. Please, please stop, stop, stop. No, 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 no. Don't. Oh, it's a cockroach. Okay, okay. All right, all right. Man, I thought because something was like touching my foot and something, I said, oh, my man, the genie female just came right away. You know, I asked for it, and here we go. It was a cockroach. Oh, cockroach, you know, it's shame on you, you know? What, you know, in the middle of the winter, there's a cockroach in this cold? What the heck? So anyway, and then, of course, these cases, the common trait is that always a member of the jinn that forcefully initiate the contact with the human. It's a rape, brother. It's a rape. It's a rape. Forcefully. You cannot even control it. That's it. The genie is going to F you. You like it, you don't like it, you've been F'd, brother. Fakira. Simply, I like it when they say simply. Look how simple it is. He just told them you will be F'd forcefully and simply for the purpose of fulfilling their selfish desire. Look now, they knew is inside the genie. They never met one, they never saw one, and now they knew that this genie is selfish. Who can beat Muslims in their intelligence? Now they are studying the physiology of the genie. They're fulfilling their selfish desire. Me. Hey, brother, do you think Muhammad was a genie when he started raping women around? And he was desiring women to offer themselves, as the Quran says, so he can F them? Selfish desire? And this is a privilege for the Prophet? In general, people who have been forced into such position, what position, man? Don't speak dirty. Oops. Don't go there. Or mournful about these events take place without their conscious consent. Your wife, she is sleeping in bed, genie in the top of her, and he is doing what he is doing. And the wife, she is screaming. And the husband, he cannot do anything about it. Hey, honey, what's happening? What's happening? I'm not going to make the sound. You know what's going on. You know? Like, imagine Zakir Naik, he woke up in the middle of the night and he found his wife, she is being by a genie. And then what he would do? Christian Prince, I need your help. What the heck? Zakir, do you know what the time now? It is 3 a.m. in the morning, buddy. Why you are calling me? Christian Prince, first you are a liar. It's not 3 a.m. for you, it's 3 a.m. for me. So how is it going to be 3 a.m. for you? I live in different continent. Okay, Zakir, I'm saying 3 a.m. in you in the morning. Why are you calling me now? I just found the genie in the top of my wife. And I want to help you. What? How I can help you? If I give me your picture, I can show your face and he will run away. Zakir Naik, do you think I'm more scary than you? Exactly. Okay. Show my picture. Christian Prince, I just did, and my wife, she passed away. Shame on you. You killed my wife. You idiot. I don't know. You told me, give me the picture. I will show it to the genie. Why you show it to your wife? Because my wife, she thought you are the genie. And she wanted to... Okay, Zakir, just do the funeral and we will talk later, okay? Okay, just don't go now. Hang up, hang up. Zakir, it's okay. It's okay. You will be fine. You will be fine, man. I mean, one wife die, you have 3 left, and you can marry a new one tomorrow. Exactly. Thank you very much for inspiring me, and I feel cheer up. But no, I don't know. I forget I can marry 4 wives. You idiot, you forgot you can marry 4 wives. Just get lost. So, brother, look how complicated the story here. Oh, boy. Look at the scientific study. The jinn prevent people from acquiring knowledge about them. So how you want the wrote the article, he have the knowledge? Like, what the heck is that article, man? How he got this article? I mean, do we have any genie? Do we have any genie? Anyone? Any genie, he can make a Skype account and we can call him? Anyone? Look, I found a Muslim book in Facebook. All of it is about genie having sex with Muslim women. And how to fight the genie, brother? You take a shot in your ass, which is Quran. Surah Al-Kahf. How you stop the genie from effing you? You read, brother, the chapter of the cave. If. He is coming from the cave. Supplication to Allah. Clipping nails and removing extra hair. Look how we can prevent the genie from having sex with you. Listen. Supplication to Allah. Abundantly, especially during the last hour before the sunset. Before the sunset, you have to do it. Number one. This is number 10. We can go with number 1 now. Clipping your nails. What the heck? Removing extra hair. Where? What do you mean? Taking the ritual purification bath. Dressing finest clothes. What the heck? What is that? What is that about the genie now? Doesn't make sense. Hold on. Hadith of the day. Look this hadith. How I can show it? Hold on. The story, it doesn't show. This is a very... How we can show the whole story? Hold on. Let me see if I can save the image. And then we can show it on the screen. There we go. That's better. Brother, emergency story. We found this in Facebook. I was laying down. Al-Ghaffari, Abu Dhurr al-Ghaffari, etc. al-Ghaffari, what is his name? He reported this hadith. Is the story showing clear? Is the text showing clear for you or too much small? Let's see here. My father said I was laying down on my belly in the mosque when someone shook me with his foot and said, lying down in this way is disapproved by Allah. I looked up and I saw that it was the messenger of Allah. Why it's disapproved by Allah to sleep in your belly? Anyone knows? Anyone knows why it is disapproved by Allah to sleep over your stomach, in your belly? What is the problem? Because shaitan will F you. Hello? Make sense? And look, they have a picture for you of a guy sleeping in his... A'udhu billah. A'udhu billah. It's haram. Haram to sleep on your stomach. Look like Muhammad was tempted by his ass. Any Muslim can tell us why it is not approved by Allah to sleep on your stomach? What if you are a turtle? Huh? Huh? What the heck is that? Why it is haram? Why? Who can tell us why? What is the problem? Why really problem, brother? What is the problem? Anyone? Why Allah don't like it? Let us find the hadith in the origin or the original website of the hadith. Let us close this picture here. And we go here and we love there. We found it. The Messenger of Allah, he saw a man laying on his stomach. He said, indeed, such a laying is not loved by Allah. Why? Who is a Muslim can help us and tell us why? What the problem? Any Muhammadan can tell us. I mean, you see, your prophet, he have a lot of silly, stupid stuff, man. Who is a Muslim can give us the reason? What is the business of Allah? Why, if you sleep on your belly, you are doing something Allah don't like? Anyone? And now the Muslim, they will start giving you health reason. Health reason. It's a health, it's not healthy. Any Abdul? Do we have any Muslim? Until now, zero Muslim. Any real Muslim? Mayday, mayday, mayday. Just watch your mouth, man. Be careful what you say. Allah is watching anyway. Allah will punish you all. You know? I know someone, there's a hadith about someone, he made fun of the miswak. The miswak is a root the Prophet of Allah, he used to beat his wife with it and to clean his mouth with it, his teeth. So this guy, he put the end of the miswak in his anus. Do you know what Allah he did to him? After 7 months, brother. He delivered a baby, which is a rat. From his anus. And he died. True story. Who can deny that those stories are true? Let me see if I can find the story in English. Some story says he gave birth to a rabbit. Those stories, by the way, all of them, they are, look, I found even a video about it. But anyway, if somebody have the book of Al-Bidayah and Al-Nihaya to Ibn Kathir in English, you can find the story there. Let us see where we can find the story here. We will use Google Translation. Okay, here we go. Brothers and sisters, the one who made fun of the miswak of Allah, this is what he will happen to him. And this is the proof in front of you, and there's a billion witnesses. So this is the book of Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, Ibn Kathir, volume number 13, page number 278. It says here that a person, he is, he's like, he don't care really, He's from the Busra, from Iraq. And then they mentioned to him the siwak, with the miswak they use, and how important it is. He said, he said there's no benefit of it, and except in my, his anus. And then he took the siwak and he entered it into his anus, and then he took it out. And then after 9 months, brother, he gave birth to a baby. He looked like a rat. He have 4 legs. And his head is a head of a fish, and his ass is an ass of a rabbit. Look at this details, man. Let me translate to you in English. Hold on. Be honest with me. Don't you like our stories here? Do you have any TV stations in any country? They can tell you stories which is amazing like this, except in Christian Brand's station? Huh? Nobody. So he is from the district of Al-Basra. All right, and he was a reckless man. So they mentioned to him the miswak. And then he said, by Allah, this is miswak is like this, and he entered into his anus. So he put it in his anus, the translation is not coming right, and then he took it out. Okay? He put it inside his anus and he took it out. And then after 9 months, then he gave birth to a son who is like a rat with 4 legs, and his head like the head of a fish, and he has an anus of a bunny poop. True story. Who can defeat this? Who can fight this religion? Do you see what happened to you when you make fun of Allah teaching? Here we go. You put the miswak in your anus, you coward, you filthy. Allah will punish you. Huh? You think he can get away with it? And not only you gave a son to us, give a baby, he's a man. Remember, he's a man, he's not a girl. He gave birth to a baby from his anus after 9 months. And this baby have 4 legs. Not only that, you wish that this is the end of it. You just wish. He have 4 legs and his head like a head of a fish. Imagine you have a son, he have 4 legs and his head like a fish, not a shark. Can you see how painful the punishment? And not only that, your son, he have an anus like a bunny. Hey, by the way, Muslims, how the anus of the bunny look like? I just post for you for the link, by the way, for the book of Ibn Kathir. For sure, it's in Arabic, but you have to use Google Translation. Open it with Google browser so you can use the translation. So here we see that Islam is a very serious religion and all the stories are true. But this will remind me, Muslims, but isn't it the Quran says that Allah, he threatened the Christians. If they don't believe in Muhammad, Allah will erase their eyes, their mouth, and he will make their face backward and their eyebrows, and yet nothing happened. I mean, they were making fun of Muhammad, and Muhammad told them, Allah told me this. If you don't believe now, Allah is going to erase your face, and we will make it backward. We will erase your eyes, your eyebrows, your mouth, your nose, if you don't believe right now. But nothing happened until now. So how come the guy who made fun of the miswak, Allah make him give birth to a rat, but the one who made fun of Allah and Muhammad, nothing happened to his face? Be honest with me, how many of you is now interested in Islam? Do we have any Muslim he would like to lead us into the faith of Allah? Do you see how serious the threat? I would like to see my face backward. At least I will not get a ticket if I'm driving wrong. The police will stop me. He will say, what the heck? Why you are looking backward? I say, you idiot. Allah, he punished me. Don't you see? He will make their face backward, and he will erase their eyes and eyebrows and mouth and nose, and he will make their nose. Actually, you know what? Let us read the interpretation for this. Chapter 4, verse number 47, brother. Four 47. Aren't you interested? Be honest. I mean, come on. Don't you want to know what Allah will do to you 1400 years ago? Until now, he did nothing about it. Look at this. Oh, who you've been giving the scriptures, Jews and Christians, and now the interpretation. All right. So also he warned them. It says here, he said, Ibn Abbas said, if facing here reference to blindness. Look, the Muslim, they try to give it their own now. Every Muslim, he give a different meaning. Blindness, oh, okay. فَنَرُدُّهَا عَلَى أَدْبَارِهَا, and turn them backward. What the heck? Meaning he will put their faces in their backs. That's deep. And make them walk backward. I saw that in China. They are doing sport. People in the park, they were walking backward. I swear by Allah. And make them walk backward, since their eyes will be in their backs. Like, what the heck? So what difference is going to make now? We just turn. All what we would do in the back, we became a front now, just to change the direction, you idiot. I mean, what the heck is that? Similar was said by Qatada. This is make the punishment even more severe. In the parable, in this parable, that Allah said for ignoring the truth, preferring the wrong way, turning away from the plain path of the misguidedness, through such a people walk backward. Similarly, some said Allah's statement says, and he made in their necks, look what he will put. He will put you in your neck a collar like a dog and a chain. So their heads are raised up, and we have barrier before them. That is a parable of Allah, deviation, hindrance from guidance. Who can beat this? Who was here for his first time in our channel? If you are here for the first time, I feel sorry for you. You better leave immediately, because you will become addicted and you will come here for comedy every day. And the comedy will be nicer if a Muslim he call us. And that's why the Muslims, they don't dare to call, because they will know that they will make Islam look more horrible, and instead of defending it. This is the only reason they don't dare to call. You see, if it's somebody else who do not know much about Islam, the Muslim will be lining up to call you, you know, like one after one. Here, psh, potatoes. Nobody there. Anyone? I don't want to stay here for long in this room. It's cold, you know. But I was hoping for the female genie. They come to me and do something. Make me feel hot. Female genie. Hey, Muslims, is that why the Prophet, he used to imagine himself having sex? In fact, he did not. Maybe he was having sex with a genie? Correct, guys? The wife of Muhammad, she said, and she is a first-hand witness, that her beautiful, pretty husband, Fakira, he used to imagine himself doing boom boom to his wives, but in fact, he did not. So who was it then? A genie? Aisha, she said, the Prophet continued for such and such. Hey, Muslims, what do you mean such and such? Is that the year? Which one is the year? Which one is the month? Which one is the day? I mean, why you don't say, why you take it off for such and such? Is that because it's an embarrassment? You know, the Arab, they used to measure, like they have a weird things in history, like, you know, how they measure history. And I will give you an example. In the Middle East, the biggest shame if you fart, you know, like not in USA. In USA, if you know, like if you barb, like, you know, this is a shame. But if you fart, it's okay in USA. So there's a guy, he's a Bedouin guy, an Arab Bedouin. One day he was sitting with his friend and he farted. His name is Hamad. His name is what? Hamad, like from the name of Muhammad, which means Muhammad. So Hamad, because now he farted, nobody can forget that he farted. Wherever he go, people says Hamad fart, Hamad did, etc. So, and not only that, you know, like even they measure things, like when you are going to when the last time you saw your, you know, etc. person, it says Hamad, when Hamad did fart. So Hamad, he decided to leave his homeland and he decided to go far away, and he stayed away for 40 years. 40 years. He came back and he found an old woman next to the well of the water. He noticed her, he remembered her. He was young, you know, and she was still not that old, but he was able to recognize her. He said, "Hey, Auntie, how are you? How are you doing? How's your son? How old is he now?" She said, "He is right now 40 years because he is now 44 years old because he was born 4 years after Hamad farted." So the fart of Hamad became a point of history. The woman now, she is measuring when her son is born. 44 years he is now, because he was born 4 years after Hamad fart. You know, Hamad, he said to himself, what the heck? I stayed away for 40 years and I still didn't remember. I better go. She said, "Who are you?" He said, "Nobody. Take care." And now we have a prophet who used to be imagining his wife having sex with him or his wives. And what is the date? Fart and fart. Since Hamad farted. What is the date? What does that mean? What means such and such? Why you take it off? Is that the Hamad 14th day? Is that the Chinese year? And then, by the way, in case you don't know how 14 is something big in the Islamic religion, you can go check out. You will see. Just type in this website. Just type here. Let me teach you a trick. Just type here in English. I'm not going to type for you in Arabic. Just type fort. 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 Bingo. The smell is all over the place. If you fart, Allah don't accept your prayer. Why? Like, what the heck? Allah don't accept the prayer of somebody he did fart. Why God will not accept your prayer if you fart? What the heck is that? Is your prayer is delivered with the fart? Is your prayer will go all the way to Allah with the fart? I mean, you don't mean it. Especially you are bending over and you push your, when you bend over, you are going to push your stomach, you press it, you know. So if you have gas, will go. What the heck? If you do it on purpose, I can say, okay. And not to forget the hadith where it says that the shaitan, he straight the hair of the Muslim anus and he will not stop when they are praying until he make them fart and he hear it and he smell it. Look at the... Man, this guy, Shaitan, is so stubborn. Do we have any Muslim want to say anything? Until now, we have 0 Muslim. Anyone? Al-Khomeini, the big sheikh of the Shia who died, he was making fun of the Sunni. He said to them, you have the biggest library of a bathroom. Why? Because they have thousands of books about farting. Actually, there's a person, he made a PhD degree, imagine, in Saudi Arabia. He's a doctor now. What his PhD is in Islam. The sounds come from the stomach. Let me find it. This is an Islamic school. He is studying, you know, this is Sharia. You know, you have to know what kind of sound it is. How many sounds? I'm trying to remember what the title of his PhD. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, I don't know. I need to get exactly the name of the person and the name of the study. This is not about like science. This is about Islamic religion. This is not like a study, you know, like a disease or no. This is about just a prayer, how to pray, what kind of sound will make yourself, your prayer is not valid, and you know. Let us see. Yeah, I cannot remember the name. But because I saw this many, many years ago. If you fart in the bathtub during absolution, he was just to blow up or something. You know, supposedly this is about being clean. It's okay, I mean, no problem. But you know, this guy, the one who speak about farting will like defy your prayer. How he can be the same person who used to take a shower with dead dogs? He do ablution with dead dogs and win blood from period. I mean, when you hear the person speaking about if you fart, your prayer is not accepted, I would say, okay, maybe he is, you know, being so extra clean. They respect their God, they respect their religion. But look how Muhammad, he prepared himself for prayer. The man literally, he sunk himself in water, have dead dogs and women blood from period and garbage. And look, this is the Muslim translation. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri said, some people ask Allah Messenger whether he might perform ablution out of the well of Bid'ah, which is a well into which menstrual clothing, dead dogs, and stinking things were thrown in. He replied, water is always pure. But we have dead dogs in it, and he himself, he take a shower there. It was said, O Messenger of Allah, you perform wudu, which means ablution, from the well which the bodies of dogs, they are not even complete dogs, they are like pieces. You know, you can imagine how filthy the water is. And menstrual rags and garbage thrown in. He said, water is pure and nothing make it impure. Do you see it? So when you see Muhammad speaking about farting will cancel the acceptance of your prayer, you might think that this guy is extra clean. But this guy is totally out of his mind. I mean, why even you are using that water? Even you see the reason that people asking him, are you doing that? Because nobody would do that. He's doing stupid things. He's a crazy man. Yeah, it's metaphoric. Yeah, metaphoric. Yeah, those dogs, by the way, they are metaphoric dead dogs. And yeah, I get the point. You are right. It's a metaphoric. I like the metaphoric thing. Listen, brother, this is metaphoric. Okay? See here it says dead dogs. It doesn't say dead dog. Dead dogs. Think about it. Close your eyes. Dead dogs. It's not a dead dog. So it's not confirmed that they are really dogs. It's dead dogs. Dogs. Sometimes you call somebody, your neighbor, you call him he's a dog. Sometimes you get angry from your husband, you say he's a dog because he bite you. Sometimes you call your wife a dog because she bite you. You never know. So this is metaphorical. This is have nothing to do with real dogs. And now we go to the second part. Ministral. Ministral. How many times we hear the Christians say ministry? Huh? Ministry. God bless your ministry. Huh? So ministerial in Islam is very close to the like ministry thing. It's a ministerial ministry. And why it's called ministerial? Because the one is involved in it, they are women. All right? So this is metaphorical for women. So like, are you going to take water which brought for you by women? And look, it says it closes. Why? Because at that time, women, they used to collect water in their pocket. Because pocket at that time, they used to be made from nylon and plastic. You know, the Prophet was not like going green too much. And then you might say here, it says experiment. Well, experiment, sorry, you are stupid. Experiment, it says here, it's mean XX. It's not experiment no more. It's X. That means it's recycled already. It was poo-poo, but now it's not. It's fertilizer now. And now we get you busted. We refuted all the stuff you said. It's not experiment. It is X. X. Do you see the word X? Don't you Christian friends says to you, ex-Muslim? There's a huge difference between ex-Muslim and Muslim. Here it's in front of you. It says experiment. X. So it's not anymore. Okay? And now I get you busted. How you can solve the problem. This is why you cannot win a debate with a Christian prince. He will find a solution for it. How come most of the Arab, they still follow Muhammad? Where the most Arab follow Muhammad? Go just to the Middle East and see how many people follow Muhammad. You know, in the appearance, they follow Muhammad, but in reality, nobody. Oh boy. And the funny, this is their translation. You know, if we translate, they will say you are a liar. But this is their website. This is not us. Let us see if this is Fakira. Do we have any Muslim would like to call us? Any Muslim would like to call us? Nobody? All right. Well, we are trying to call a Muslim. He called himself Jiha, but he did not answer. He said, is not online. Jiha is not online. He said to me, Salam, liar. Liar. I mean, we showed it to them in the screen, and yet they call us liar. This is their website. This is their translation. This is their, this is the number. This is the reference. And yet they call me what? Liar. Yeah, it's a metaphorical. Drink this water. If somebody comes to your house and they ask you what's your name, tell them drink this water. If they start drinking from your kitchen, tell them this is metaphorical. You either don't drink my juice. You want to call me? Are you a Muslim? We are taking calls only from Muslims. Only Muslims. Any true believer, he think he can call us and tell us what's wrong with this religion? If there's nothing wrong, show us. Anyone? Yeah, this is sunnah.com. Yeah, this is sunnah.com. This is a very well-known Muslim website. Actually, I think this website is run by the Deen Show, which is sponsored by Qatar, I think. Sunnah.com. So this is Islamic TV, and they are the one. And you can contact them, you know. See, Sunnah.com. This is not my website. Do we have any strong believer would like to call us? If you are here first time, don't forget to subscribe. And if you are second time, don't forget to unsubscribe. For if you do so, Allah will double your reward. For you just unsubscribe from a Christian prince. Do that all day long. Subscribe and subscribe. By the end of the day, you will have thousands of rewards. Let us fool Allah. Click the bomb. I mean, even the logic of reward. Look, they ask Sheikh Asim. Hold on, let me go there. Oh boy, I'm typing. I'm typing in Arabic. I want to use English. Brother. This is the video for Zakir Naik. Why? Look at the title. Why killing lizard is encouraged in Islam, brother? Have you heard of any religion? And look at the discussion. Look, the Muslim serious discussion. Look at this. And this guy is looking down to see if there is a lizard around so he can get reward. Hadith about killing lizard. Adnan Rashid Hamza Tartuzi. Why is killing lizard is good deed in Islam? Brother, who would like to call us and tell us why killing a lizard is a good deed in Islam? Guys, do you know why I have guns? Did you ask yourself? You might think for self-defense or no. I want to kill lizards because this is how I can make a lot of deeds when I see Allah. Hey, people of Indonesia, if I come to Indonesia, do you have a lot of lizard there? Indonesian people, do you have a lot of lizard there? If you have a lot of lizard, I'm going to buy a ticket and come to you immediately. I spend the whole day just going around. I'm very good with the arrow too, you know? Like those, especially the new ones. Man, very good with it. So I go around like in the bushes between the banana, you know, go to the banana. I love banana, you know. I hope there's no atheist in the bushes. He will say, here we go. We just approve the theory that they are, all of us, we use originally to be monkeys. Otherwise, why this guy, he like banana? The atheists, they have their own logic too, by the way. So why is killing lizard is a good deed in Islam? Who was a Muslim, want to tell me? Why the Prophet, he taught you that killing lizard is a good deed in Islam? Anyone? You know, I'm going to the Indonesian embassy. I will apply for residency, and they will ask me for what the job, what do you want to do there? I will say I'm going to lead an army of Muslims to kill the lizard, to do jihad. The Abdul in the embassy, he will give me at least 10 years visa. Yeah. Anyone, any Muslim can tell us what the story? Lil John, he says, isn't it Isaiah was exposed by a lizard when he was hiding in the tree? So, if this is true, so what? This guy, the same guy who asked, brother, do you know who is the one who killed Jesus? Lil John, do you know who is the one who killed Jesus? Is it Shaitan? Is it Allah, God will? Or it is the Jews? The stupid Lil John, he forgot that his God in the Quran says that the one who killed Jesus is the Jews. This is what the Jews says. We killed Jesus, Isa. Let us say I was hiding behind a tree and a dog barked. Why I'm going to kill the dogs? And I teach my people to kill all the dogs. In fact, the story is more hilarious. According to Muhammad, when the non-believers were trying to burn Abraham, all animals, they were trying to put down the fire. Except the lizard. Is that true, Lil John? Or I'm making things up? Is that true? Is that really the reason? You can watch any of those videos and they will tell you the story. All the animals, they try to put the fire down, except Mr. Lizard. True story, brother. This is a true and real story. Brother, the house lizard have to be killed, brother. Like, why? Please, why? Any Muslim can tell us why. What the lizard did? Should we go after his family, all of them? Or only him?
An insect that is...
According to the sheikhs of Islam, the house lizard is an insect.
An insect. The house lizard is an insect that is harmful. Some of it cause...
Brother. It's an insect and it's harmful. But is that the reason to kill it? No. No. This is the real reason.
Mice do heinous things, though people nowadays are so fond of them. We're told to kill the crows. A crow that...
Anyway, you can watch the video and die laughing. So the story is that a lizard, he tried to kill Abraham and he tried to burn him. Who is a Muslim, he believes in such a story? That all animals, they try to put the fire down. All animals. Except Mr. Lizard. Huh? Listen carefully for the real reason.
Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, was thrown by his people in the blazing fire. All the creatures of Allah used to try and put off the fire, with the exception of the house lizard. It used to try to blow so that the fire would grow. And
well, Lil John, you are just being stupid. This is what Islam teach, and we just showed you what it says. So stop lying. Get out of here. What would happen to Isaiah? You Muslim even don't know the name of Isaiah. We ask the Muslims, who is Isaiah? Who is Isaiah? They will say to you, it says in the Quran, it's Haq. We ask them, what does Haq mean? They say it's Haq. You know, what Abraham mean? They don't know. And here we go, this is your sheikh and this is your prophet saying that. So don't say because of Isaiah. You see, we don't accept liars here. I mean, aren't you ashamed even to lie about what the real reason? And where we can find the story of Isaiah in your book. And let us say, assume that I was hiding behind a tree and there is a bird. People were following me to kill me. And then a bird fly, and then people notice that somebody is moving there, so they come to me and they catch me. Am I going to order the people to kill all the birds because of that bird? I mean, who is the stupid here? So all the animals of Allah, all the creatures, read with me the subtitle. All the creatures of Allah, they were trying to put the fire down, except the lizard. What the lizard was doing? He was blowing in the fire. All the creatures of Allah were trying to put the fire off, to put the fire down, except the Mr. Lizard. And where we find this? We find this in the Sahih Hadith. Even he himself, he quote for you the Hadith. And he said this is Sahih. Do you see it? There's a Sahih Hadith, authentic, in Al-Bukhari. So all of this is coming from Al-Bukhari. And then this guy, he says, no, this is from Isaiah. Do we have any brave Muslim here would like to call us? Anyone? Any brave Abdul? Any brave Abdul? Half a brave Abdul we take, no problem. Anyone? Hey Christians, who is the one who killed Jesus? It is God? Well, it is the Jews, or it is Satan? What a diarrhea. Jesus said, I lay down myself and nobody can take me. Which means they want to kill him, yes. He knew they are going to do it, yes. But if Jesus don't want it to happen, it will never happen. He laid down himself, but he did not kill himself. There's a huge difference. The story of the crucifixion is about Jesus showing the Christians and his followers that everything he said is absolutely true. All the prophecies about him is absolutely true. That's why in the cross he says it's perfect, it's complete. And even in the cross he says, forgive them, Father, they don't know what they are doing. So they are the one who did that. He did not do it to himself. But still, he said, I lay down myself. All the mission of Jesus is to come and save the whole mankind. The one who accept him, they are called the Christians. The one who reject them, they call pagan, like Muhammad. So when somebody tried to make a statement saying, who killed Jesus? Is it maybe God will? Is it God will? We don't believe in the predestiny, but we believe in God will. So the will of God, for God he loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son. And that's why Jesus, when he spoke to the Father, he said, let your will be done. But God did not force the Jews to kill Jesus, and he did not ask them to kill Jesus, and he did not cause them to kill Jesus. It was their hatred against him. In the same time, if Jesus did not die on the cross, how we will know for sure that he can do what he claimed? He said, you can destroy this temple and I can rebuild it in 3 days. When Jesus was crucified, even the disciples, they thought it's over. The Lord is gone. But Jesus came back again. And that's why one of his disciples, he says, I will not believe unless I see. I want to see by my own eyes. I cannot believe this. So Jesus, he proved who he is even by death. Not only when he was alive between us, even after resurrection, even during death, even when he died, a miracle happened. People of Lizard, they are talking about logic. I like it. And then we see, like once I remember a Muslim, I was sitting with two Muslims, and one of them, you know, they get excited when they see someone is an Arab and a Christian. So he wanted supposedly to question how I believe in this. So he said to me, well, if Jesus is Son of God, don't you think his Father will save him? I said, well, this is a very good logic. You are right. If Jesus is Son of God, his Father should save him. But guess what? That means Jesus is Son of God in Islam. Because according to Islam, his Father saved him. The other guy who is older, he said to him, see, I told you, don't go there. I spoke to him before, you are no match. Answer now, go ahead, answer. And then the Abdul starts saying, no, I don't mean, I mean you and your belief. I said, no. You see, either you use your logic or you are being hypocrite. This is your logic. If Jesus is Son of God, then his Father should save him. But isn't it this is what happened according to Islam? They are hypocrite. They will never use the logic they use against you for their own. They have double standard. If this is the reason why Jesus cannot be God, because his Father should save him, well, this is exactly what happened in Islam then. And not only that, the stupid Quran confirm that the Jews, they say, we killed the Messiah. The Quran never say that the Messiah, he killed himself, or I killed him, or no. It says the opposite. He says the Jews, they say, we crucified him. Even they mention how they did it. And the Quran confirm that this is really what happened. How? Even though it says no, they did not do it, but he said, but it was made, appeared into them, which means this is what happened. If you go to the court and the judge asks you, what he will ask you? You are there for a reason. They call you witness. What is the witness? Who is the witness? The witness is somebody he witnessed something. An eye sighting. So the Jews, they eye sight Jesus in the cross. And they are the one, according to the Quran, who put nails in his hands. And they are the one who they killed him. So not only they saw it, they did it by their own hands. And the Quran confirmed that this is what they saw. Now, the Quran have a statement, which I find it very useful. It says, if you are truthful, bring your proof. You see, I am using your logic. If you are truthful, bring your proof. As an example, chapter 2, verse 111. And this verse is even about the Christians and the Jews. The Christian and the Jews, they say, nobody go to heaven except us. Say, produce your proof if you are truthful. Let us use the same logic Allah is using in the Quran. Aka Muhammad. Can you Muslim produce your proof that what happened, that Allah, he made Jesus look in the cross, killed in the cross? In fact, if you can make that proof, that means Jesus was in the cross, and the Christians, they are, and the Jews, they are telling the truth, because this is what they saw. So the verses in the Bible speaking about Jesus dying in the cross are truthful verses. For the Quran confirm that what the disciple they say, it is what they saw. People, do you understand what I'm saying? The Quran confirms that the Bible is telling the truth about the crucifixion of Jesus. Why? Because this is what they saw. So the Quran confirmed that there was a crucifixion. The Quran confirmed that there is someone, they call him Jesus. Not only Jesus, they call him the Son of Mary. You see, the Muslim, they will come to you and says, oh, there is someone next to him in the cross. His name is Jesus too. You stupid idiot. The Quran says that they say Jesus, the Son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. Do you see how we use the Quran to get them busted with their lies? They say, no, there is someone, his name is Jesus too in the cross. Look at the Quran. They are talking about a specific person. The Jews, every Jew, he have a father. They will call him by his father name. Jesus is the only one. He have only a mother. Jesus, the Son of Mary. Not only that, Allah messenger. So this is why the Muslim, they don't dare to debate us, because we use their own stupid books against their own mouth. This verse confirms actually that we Christian, we believe in what happened, and this is what happened. Even though we do not need the stupid Muhammad to confirm to us, because this guy, he came 600 years after Jesus. The funny is that a Muslim like Zakir Naik, he will say to you, Brother Sister, the book of Dawn is written 60 years after Jesus. 60 years after Jesus. Okay, hold on. Let us say, assume it's true, 60 years after Jesus. So how you reject a book written 60 years after Jesus, but you accept a book written 600 years, actually it's not even 600 years, the book, the Quran, the Muslim they don't have it. Nobody have it. But if we assume that Muhammad, he came with this statement 600 years after Jesus, so how you refuse 60 and you accept 600? How you refuse somebody, he was a witness, he was a disciple of Jesus, and you accept somebody, he never been in the land of Jesus, he never been with Jesus, he never saw Jesus, he don't even know how to say his name. He called him Isa. Who is Isa? Do you see why and how easy to get you busted? Do we have any brave Muslim here? You see, there's two things I don't like. Don't lie. Especially if things is so clear. I will, I will lose my patience. I will block you. I mean, you can lie a little bit, like, at the time, like, like a rat eating little cheese from time to time. I will let it go. But when your lie is so big, I will smash you. And here we need to ask ourselves a question. Why Jesus is in heaven and Muhammad is in the grave? But Allah took him into himself. Okay, why Allah did not take Muhammad? And not only that, stupidity even continue in the verse 159. It says, not one of the people of the scriptures but will believe in him before his death. What the heck? You stupid idiot. How you are calling them people of the scriptures, which means they are following the scriptures, which means they are following Jesus. And they will believe in him before his death. So why they are called people of the scriptures? Christians, do we Christians consider Jehovah's Witnesses people of the scriptures? Do we call them people of scriptures? We don't, right? They have a fabricated translation for the Bible. The Mormon is the same. They don't believe Jesus is, they believe in him as God. There's many gods. They believe that he is even an angel. His name is Michael. When you call us people of the scriptures, that means we are following the scriptures. So how we will believe later when already we are called people of the scriptures? You don't earn such a title if you are not a believer. The Quran never said that the Muslims are people of the scriptures. Can you believe it? The Quran never ever said once, not even once, that the Muslims are people of the scriptures, only us. The Quran called the Muslims Ummiyin, the Gomai, the pagan. The Quran confirmed that the Gomai is those who don't have scriptures. Christians are not Gomai. Jews are not. Chapter 2, verse number 78. Muhammad, he sat now between the Jews, and now he learned from the Jews. Otherwise, this guy, he have nothing to do with Judaism and Christianity. He is just a fraud. And then we will find tons of verses that even the Christians, they call the Muslims Ummiyin, the illiterate, the ignorant, the Gomai. Do you see it? The pagan. Look at the translation. Chapter 3, verse number 75. The people of the book, some of them, they are very good, and you can trust them, and some of them you cannot. And those some, they say, what we have to do with those ignorant, between two bracket pagans? What the Christians in the time of Muhammad, they call the Muslims pagans. Do you see it? This is the Quran. Chapter 3, verse number 75. What is the word is used here? Is Ummiyin, which means they are illiterate, they don't know God. They are pagans. They don't have a book of God. They are follow pagans God. This is what they've been given as a title, and this is what the Quran calling them. And the funny is that Allah in the Quran confirmed that the Muslims are Ummiyin, they are pagans. Chapter 3, verse number 20. Look what the verse saying. So if they dispute with thee, say, I have submitted, not submitted, surrender, my whole self to Allah, and those who follow me. And say to the people of the book, and those who they are unlearned. See the first translation here? The other one, it says pagans. The unlearned is the Muslims. Say to the unlearned, did you surrender to Allah? They are learned. Why he's calling them unlearned? They are illiterate about the true God. The Christians are people who they are learned. They are not the pagan, and the Quran confirmed that. So this is why the Muslim, they fear somebody he knew all the laundry of Muhammad. They prefer somebody who will defend the Christianity by just using the Bible. I don't waste my time, because whatever I say to you about the Bible, you're not even listening. I get you busted from your book. In chapter 7, verse number 158, the Quran confirms again that Muhammad is a pagan. What is the word is used? The illiterate prophet. How he is a prophet and he is illiterate? Any Muslim can answer? Maybe we should make a video about it. How you can be prophet, because illiterate is about not knowing God. This is not about not knowing how to write, how to read. How he is a messenger of God and he is illiterate about God. How we knew that this is about illiteracy about God? The Quran says so. We just showed you the verses. Chapter 2, verse number 78 says those who they are illiterate is who? Is the one who know not the scriptures. Do you see it? This is not about reading or writing. So how a person who do not know the scriptures, he can teach the scriptures? A prophet who do not know God, he is a prophet. A prophet who do not know the scriptures, he is a prophet. You see, when the Muhammadan, they say that the word unlearned or illiterate mean he cannot write and read, because those people, they are stupid. The Quran in front of you, it says clearly what it's meant. The illiterate is the one who do not know the book. This is why we are called people of the book, and anyone else is called the illiterate. The Quran divides the people to two people. People of the scriptures and people who they are illiterate and learned. It's in the front of you. Do we have any Muslim here who would like to say anything? Somebody saying, not being picky, but isn't it spelled differently, and literate and illiterate? It doesn't matter for me. I don't care about the translation. I speak Arabic. This is the English for you. I don't agree with any Muslim translation. If you change the translator, you will find different translation, different words. Does it make any difference really? For me, I read it in Arabic as it is. For you, you are stuck with the language you speak. Don't repeat the same request many times. I'm not blind, my friend. Video about Tete and ISIS. I mean, everybody knows the video, so what a big deal? What's wrong with people? Tete and ISIS. Now Tete is the one is good. You people make me want to vomit. So translation will not make any difference, at least for me. But you can change the translation. Here we go. The same word switched to illiterates. Are you happy now? Do you see it? This is the same website. This is Muslim translation. Now it is illiterate. I was saying it. And there are among them illiterate who know not the book. So who is the one who is illiterate? Is the one who do not know the book, not the one who do not know how to write, how to read. Remember, this is a book supposedly about faith. And this is a proof that the Muslims are very ignorant. They don't even understand their book. Actually, I believe all of this in the front of us never was in Arabic. All of this was in Aramaic. This is why I believe that what we see in the front of us is a translation of the Quran, which means it is an adjustment from the Aramaic into what is called Arabic. Arabic is a very mixed language. This is why the Quran, like the Quran keeps saying this is an Arabic book, Arabic book, Arabic book. But then you ask them, okay, what the word ummiyun mean? They didn't know. That's why they are saying ummiyun mean that somebody don't know how to read, how to write. But as you see, the verse is so clear. It says those who do not know the book, not the one who do not know how to write, how to read. So their explanation for their own book is against their own verses. For if it's meant to be about illiteracy, about not able to write and read, then this verse is wrong. Do we have any Muhammadan want to say anything? And then the funny, it says, then we to those who write the book with their hands. Who wrote the Quran? How many Quran they have? And where is the Quran of Muhammad? They have none of it. In reality, the Quran says clearly that Allah, He forbid the Muslims and forbid Muhammad from writing the Quran. And I find it very funny that the God of Islam saying it is on us, and the God of Islam always he call himself us. You ask the Muslim why if he is one, they say because he feel like majestic, which is very stupid. That's mean Allah is not satisfied with him being one, so he like to call himself us because he feel more confident with being many instead of one. It is for us to collect it and to gather it. Gather what? The Quran. So who is the one should be collecting the Quran? Allah. Not the Muslims. Somebody saying this is royal us. Well, how it can be royal us, my friend? When you say royal us, the king, he is speaking in the name of the nobles, because there are many. The king is one of the nobles, and usually he is chosen by the noble to be their king. So how that can be royal? Is Allah speaking in the name of the nobles and he was elected, selected? That is even more funny. And if Allah, he like to call himself us to be noble, that's mean Allah as one is not noble. And if God, he need to call himself us. You see, if the God of the Christians say us, well, Christians believe in the Trinity. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. The Muslim, they say Allah is one. Okay. When a Muslim, he says, when Allah, he call himself us, that is like a royal, majestic. But that's mean Allah, he cannot find himself to be majestic if he is one. So he have to use a fake language, because is he us really, for real? Or this is a false words? Who is a Muslim when answer us? Is Allah is us for real, or he's only one person? Any Muslim can answer? If he is only one person, and this is what the Muslim they will say, and then he use us, that means Allah, he don't feel good to be one. And not only that, as long as we mention this, there's other verse in the Quran where Allah, he is going to have sex with us. With who? With us. In chapter 21, verse number 17, Allah, he says, if we would like to take a partner, Muslim translation between two brackets, i.e., wife or a son, etc. I like it, etc. We could surely have taken it from us. Is it now majestic too? He's talking about taking a partner. And if Allah is one, who is us, who he will take partner from? If you say the wife is a human, that will be even more funny, because how a human can become an us? In order to be us, you have to be from the same kind. If you are standing between a bunch of donkeys and somebody says to you, who is with you? You say us. That's funny. You mean who? Where is? There's no human beside you. There's donkeys. You use us for people of your kind. So when Allah, he says he is going to take a partner, he will take it from what? From us. How that work? Is that majestic? Do we have any Muhammadan? Allah is going maybe to marry Allah? Do we have any Muhammadan want to say anything? So wherever we go, this religion is stupid. Nothing makes sense. Who is us? Who is the partner? And you know, if you say if Allah want to take a partner, he will take it from us, that means the us is already exist. Because the Muslim, they will say to you, well, have we intended? If we are going to, okay, if, still it's mean they are there. Correct? If I say, if I want to eat, I will eat from my garden. That's mean I have a garden. Now we are talking about taking a partner. And this partner is a female, so we can have a baby son. And what make it more funny and more stupid, this God, he cannot have a son unless he got a wife. You see, the word in Arabic is lahu. Lahu is a woman. It's not, as they say here, like past time. This is false translation. Lahu is a word mean a woman. A female, literally. So if we want to take a female, we are going to take from ourselves. And here you will notice how the Quran is stupid. He says lahwan, which is a female, and then lattakhadnahu, speaking about it as a male. Because the Quran grammar is horrible. Do we have any Abdul have any objection? Anyone? And by the way, maybe Christian Prince is saying this, but it's not true. You can open the interpretation. This is why the Muslim between two brackets, they say to him, to your wife, a son, etc. Did you ask yourself why the Muslim saying the word wife? Maybe it's a TV. Why the Muslim they choose the word wife? Why the word woman or wife is there? And then when you go and read the interpretation, they will say to you, he is talking about taking a wife from the whore. But isn't it the whore or the women who the Muslim will sleep with them? How they are human and they are women, and those are made for men like me and you to sleep with them, and then Allah will take one of them to be his partner, his wife. That means Allah is a man. This is the official government website of the Kingdom of Jordan. If Allah, he would like to take a partner, read with me carefully, he would found it with ourselves from among the beautiful eyed houris or the angels. But the Quran confirmed that the angels are male. They are not female. Isn't it the Quran say that they made the angels females? Speaking about non-Muslim doing that, the Arab. Huh? And even they worship them. They worship the daughters of Allah. And these verses make it so clear that angels are not females. Chapter 37, verse number 150. So how Allah will take an angel as a wife? Do you see it? Chapter 37, verse 150 says, or that we created the angels female. Did we? Did we really create any angels as females? He's saying, no, we did not. So how Allah is going to take a partner as a wife from the angels? And the funny here, look at the Muslims, if there is anyone of them there to answer. Okay, as long the angels are not female, so what is their gender? Hey Muslim, do they have gender? They have no answer. Female mean lahu. Lahu mean female. Well, you know, for us as a human, when we say female, we are talking about a human, right? According to the Muslim interpretation, the word lahu is a female in the language of human. Or let us say the dialect of Yemen. Any Muhammadan? And the funny too, that if we ask the Muslim, okay, what is the gender of Allah? If they say, they will say to you, he is not a female, he is not a female. Okay, is he a male? You just said he. And as you see, he is speaking about himself taking a partner which is a female. In different verse, the Quran says, how Allah can have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? So what is his gender? Obviously, he's a male. Okay, if Allah is a male, you see, Jesus come to this earth in the flesh of a man as a male. Wonderful. But Jesus as God don't get married. This is explained why. If he is just a prophet like everybody, well, he got married, he would have kids. But he don't have a woman. He never had one. yet he have a full look and a flesh of a human being, as a male. Allah have a male member part. For what reason? In the Quran, in chapter 6, verse 101 says, to him is due the primal of origin of the heaven and the earth. How can he have a son if he don't have a girlfriend? This verse confirms, chapter 6, verse 101, that the God of Islam is a male God. Why? In order to have a son, he did not say, how I can have a son without having a husband. If Allah is a female, she will say, how can I have a son and I don't have a husband or a boyfriend? What he said is the opposite. He said, how can he, and again, look, Allah is saying he. How can he have a son when he has no girlfriend? Do you see why we say Islam is a very silly, stupid religion? Dictionary online says for amusement. Well, I can get that busted in 2 seconds. Let a Muslim call me and I will get him busted in 2 seconds. What say you? Any Muslim who want to call me and get me busted? Let us see if the word lahu mean. And actually, if this is true, why the Muslim they put the word female, wife? You know, if this is not about wives, why the word wife is there? How they come to the conclusion of a female? Why wife? And how he will have why he want to have a wife so he can have son? This is Tafsir al-Qurtubi, and this is the official government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. All right. This is what? This is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Let us show you the link so you can see from the title. Quran Key SA .education Saudi Arabia. This is official government website, and this is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. And what is the word lahu? Read. قوله تعالى لو أردنا أن نتخذ لهوا قالوا امرأة. It is a woman. It is a woman. This is Al-Qurtubi, and we can go and show you many places. Let us show you more, actually. Let me give you this link first. You can go and use Google Translation to translate the page. We don't say things without proof. From their books. Can they deny it? We challenge them. Actually, in the same page, hold on. In the same page, I missed that part. Give me a second. Here we go. Let's put it in the screen again. In the first two line, in the first line, it says, when Allah, he says, أن نتخذ لهوا والله المرأة بلغة اليمن. And lahu is a woman, in the language of Yemen or the dialect of Yemen. Let's use Google translation. Let's see. Sexual intercourse. Where is the line is gone? He said, what is even the word Yemen? I don't see it. Qatada says in the Jazarah, it was Ata Mujahid. Okay. Like in the English translation, it's gone. However, you can do this. You can copy this part. Let us do this. We will copy this part, this line, and we will go to Google Translation. You can do the same even if you don't speak English. I mean, you don't speak Arabic, sorry. But anyway, any Muslim who speaks Arabic, he knew what I'm saying. We open Google Translation. We copy exactly as it is here. And now we go to Google Translation in front of your eyes. I will copy and paste the sentence as it is. Take fun, women. Fun is in the language of Yemen. Translation is horrible. But that's what it says. أن نتخذ لهوا واللهو المرأة بلغة اليمن. He is saying we take lahu, and lahu is meant the women in the dialect of Yemen. You see it? So this is the first line in the book of Al-Qurtubi. This is not me saying that. This is them. This is the Muhammadan themselves saying that. We have somebody trying to call us. Let's see. I hope he's a Muslim. Hello?
Long time.
Yes.
Okay, so basically I'm Moroccan.
All right.
And yes, and I've been watching your videos for like a month or so now.
All right.
You're so convincing, to be honest. I I tried like I'm so convinced, to be honest, now. And the problem is that I tried to talk to my father about it, like to ask him more questions, because I don't have more like much people to ask. And
Okay.
I don't trust those you know, imams and stuff, because they already don't respect women. Like they don't even want to talk to you.
Yeah,
So
you are like you are like a different creature. You are a down creature. You know, you are not even worth talking to.
yeah, like they don't even like try to look at you, like, and you feel like they're talking fast, like they're just trying to get you off, like just, I mean, like go away, you know. It's not a good feeling. So I tried to talk to my dad, but the first question I asked him is about the Jews. I was like, okay, and no, about Arab, I'm sorry, about Arabs. I was like, okay, so Arab came from the Jews, all right, then how they became Arab? And he started telling me the story that doesn't make any sense. And I was like, okay. And then I asked him about other things that you said in your channel, and all his answers were like so weird. And I told him about the story, like why the Christian, like why Jesus' story is different in Islam, because you know Jesus in Islam, he was born in Sahara under a palm tree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, why is it different? And he was like, well, it's corrupt from there, not from us. Like us, God already told us the original story, so they are wrong. And I was like, wow. I mean, so it's all true.
Have you ever, like you said you are from Morocco. Have you ever, like,
Yes,
in touch with the palm tree before?
we have palm
You
trees,
have a palm tree in the
but
yard? Okay, I want you to do this today. After you finish talking to
they're
me.
fake. They're fake. I'm not in Morocco now. I ran from there.
Oh,
I'm in
okay, I understand, I
China.
understand. But I mean, anyway, like if you get a chance one day to see a palm tree, I want you to do
Yeah.
something very the Quran speak of. Uh,
Okay.
the Quran says when Mary uh, she wanted to give birth and she want to eat, she is hungry. She was able to shake the palm tree.
Exactly, exactly. Like the palm tree is so fucking like
No,
thick,
don't use
like it's
no
so
no
big to
no
the
no
point.
no bad language, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, sorry, sorry.
Yeah.
Like it's so like big and huge to the point that you can't even like roll your hand around it. Like how
No,
can you shake it
I
even?
wanna show you how Mary she used to be. I was able to do that. She used to go to the gym every day.
Yeah, maybe.
She go to the gym every day and she practice and she got muscles, and this is very makes sense, you know. And now she is going to deliver a child and she is hungry. I'm so glad that she should not even take the tree from the ground, the whole tree. I mean, who in the world can believe such a story that a female woman, she is carrying a baby and now she is going to deliver, hardly she can move. Not only she is a female, who is the male he can shake a tree? What a tree, a palm tree. And if you shake it from the bottom, you can make that the date fail from the top. And how you can shake the bottom of a palm tree? So not only the story is different from our stories, it's totally stupid story.
I know, like exactly. And like because even men like when they climb palm tree to get the dates, like they climb it. They don't shake it.
Even if you climb
So
it, still you have to use a sharp tool so you can cut the
yeah,
thing. They are very hard to fail. They don't fail that easy. I mean, they will fail only if they are like done. They are rotten, you know. So you cannot just shake the tree, especially in the bottom of the tree. Like, you know, if I say maybe Mary, she was like 20 meter tall, and she got the little tiny branch where they have some date, and she shake it. But we know that the palm tree, you know, they come like a big branch full of
yeah,
date, and there's no way a person can shake the ground of the tree. We are talking about tree in the bomb, you know. If the tree maybe it was a grape, I would say okay, grape maybe, you know, it's possible you can shake it, uh, but this is a palm tree. Yeah, she was Samson, you know. Yeah, so what do you think? I don't know what to call you. What you don't need to say your
um,
you don't have to say your name. You can give me any name you wish.
I don't know, like R Ray, anything. It's okay. Like I don't
Okay, I will
really.
call you Fatima. Here we go. I gave you a name.
No, bro,
Not Fatima. Okay, sorry.
no.
Whatever.
It's okay. You don't have to copy anything.
All right.
Just girl
So
or
what
whatever.
what
Okay.
do you think? As long you are convinced, I feel like you are. I mean, you notice that Islam is a really stupid religion. What did you ask your father about? Like why in the heaven, as long you are a lady, why in the heaven the Muslim man will have a lot of women for sex, and the women she will get nothing. She will be just a toy. What is the reward for
You
the women?
see, you see, I didn't even get to ask this question. To be honest, I'm lucky that my family is not that crazy. You know, like because you know Arab people, like they're so crazy that you can't even have a conversation with your father.
Yeah,
But I'm lucky that my father, at least, he's listening. He doesn't really say bad stuff or like. I mean, he's willing to listen, but his answers are so like stupid. I'm sorry, but
yeah,
my dad's answers are not logical at all. And I just like the first questions I asked him were like enough to prove to me that he's the way he's thinking, I don't know. It's a little bit scary. Like literally, like you think everyone is corrupt except you. Like everything, like the Bible, the Torah. I forgot.
You
I don't
see,
know how
no,
to
no
say it.
problem, even if that is the logic, no problem. But can he still he answer about the stupid things in the Quran? Let us say the
Well,
Christian
he
books is
has his own.
corrupted, the Jewish books corrupted, everybody is corrupted except the Muslims. Okay, but then when we ask the Muslim a question about Muhammad saying something, they will say the hadith is da'if, correct?
Yeah, I told him about when the goat ate the Quran, and he was like, uh, I mean, we already have enough Quran to read than to add more. Like, if you add more, maybe we wouldn't even be able to finish it. Like, who will give you this kind of answer? Just
But
please,
but
like,
but he
oh
is
my
the one who
God.
is saying that they are corrupt. But now we find that the religion is corrupt because when they say the hadith is da'if, that's mean hadith is Islam. Hadith is Islam, and hadith is
Look,
what Muhammad said. If you say to me that the hadith is corrupt, that's mean Islam is corrupt. So you accuse us of corruption. Same time, what about the sunset in the murky water? What about the
I
Prophet
will just
explaining
tell you,
that?
I will just tell you something because I'm an Arab. I understand that you are also an Arab, but I'm an Arab female, and I know how Arab men are. They're so like mm, like they're so stubborn, and they created this thing is hadith daif and hadith qawi. There is no such a hadith daif and I don't
It's
know
just an
hadith like
excuse, correct?
super.
It's just an
Yes,
excuse
it's
to run away
literally,
from. Yeah.
yeah, they just did this like maybe read it through, like people got smarter basically and had more chance to read that shit, and then they were like, oh, okay, then this maybe wouldn't be good to the religion, and this maybe will be good to the religion, so put this as a daif and put this as a strong hadith. Like, I don't actually believe in this thing. It's just an excuse, to be honest,
You
to
know,
hide more.
what you just prove that Muhammad is a liar. I don't know if you know the hadith where Muhammad he said that women are half a brain. So
Yeah, maybe.
how come a half a brain,
Oh my God.
the men they cannot answer her? I mean, if she is half a brain, right? How come those Arab men, even their own her family, they cannot answer the half a brain? She is answering, she is asking smart questions. They are giving stupid answers. So who is the one half a brain? And this is what Muhammad said in the hadith. This is Sahih hadith. Muhammad he claimed that the majority of women they will go to hell. Okay, why Muhammad? Muhammad he gave the excuse. He says they are ungrateful. And the top of that, they have half a brain and half religion, half wisdom, half faith. Why? Because they have ministration, and that keep them away from the prayer. Can you believe it that there's somebody claim
Well,
that he is smart? Now, so the woman now she will go to hell because she have menstruation. Is that her fault?
yeah, I know, I know. Another thing is that I asked my dad about like why no, this one I'm so interested in because I'm not interested in Arab men at all because I know how they are, especially Muslim Arab men. And I asked my dad, so if a Muslim woman want to marry like a Christian or Jewish person, is it okay? And he was, I still remember in 2018 he was like, no, it's not, it's only like allowed for men. And then I was like, then why? And I kept like insisting on my question, and then he was like, anyway, do whatever you want. And just like 2 weeks ago I re-asked him again, and he was like, yeah, it's okay, like as long as men can marry Christian or Jewish women, then women can also marry a Christian and a Jewish man. But like, I don't think
No, this is not true.
that's the case, right?
Yeah, your prophet, sorry, your father, he do not know really what he's talking about. Uh, um,
Yeah.
Muslim men only is allowed to marry a women who they are Christian or Jews, and the purpose of that is to spread Islam and to increase the number. So they will
I mean,
take the
it's
women,
obvious.
yeah, they will take the women of the Christians, so they will have less women and they will be able to have less children. But Muslim women, they cannot marry Christians. So obviously, your father, he do not know anything about Islam. He's a Muslim by name, obviously. But
No, he
yeah,
he claims he knows because he's a Hajj,
He
and
went to
he has
Mecca.
like we have
The
those
hat.
yeah, he's a Hajj,
Yeah,
and
but
he have like those religious books, like a lot of them. Like I don't know, some of them are even not allowed in Morocco, but he have them. So he claims that he knows, but when I asked him, he didn't give me any answer. So that gives me like a final answer, which is I'm so confused. I don't know now who to ask.
you can,
I was suggested to go and find like a foreigner imam, but I know the answer. I know what they will say, so I'm just not convinced of this religion anymore.
let me call Zakir Naik for you. Zakir,
I
you would like to talk to her? Christian Prince, first of all, I'm very busy right now, and I'm doing eating cheese kebab. Like Zakir Naik, she is going to leave Islam if you don't help her. Please come on and talk to her. First of all, Christian Prince, Muslim women, they are stupid, and I'm not going to listen to them. Never speak to Muslim women. They are out of brain. The Prophet of Allah said that they will go to hell. Zakir Naik, if you're a Muslim woman, they will go to hell. That means your mother, she is going to go to hell too. Christian Prince, my mother is already in hell because they gave birth to me. This is what they will say to you. Stupid answers. So let me ask you
You
now.
remind me of something. You remind me of something about my mom. My
Yeah.
mom, when I start asking those questions, and because I stopped praying now. I was a good prayer. I'm also I like fasting, not only for for the religion part, but also for I don't know, I just like it. And my mom kind of like felt that I stopped praying, and she was like, well, you know, if you don't pray out like and you did something bad about the religion, then we will all go to hell, not only you. We will all get
Wow.
punished. And I was like, if it's my thing, like I'm a
Yeah.
bad religious,
Islam
why
is
you
based.
will go to hell?
Yeah. Islam
Like
is based
I'm
on
like,
fear. She's trying to make you feel
oh my
guilty.
god,
Yeah. She's trying to make you feel guilty. With my
this
respect
is
to your
it
mother,
actually.
with my respect to your mother, she's trying to play the devil now. She's trying to be smart, supposedly, and she want to make you feel guilty that if you don't pray, you know what? Because of you, I will go to hell too, which is even Islam doesn't teach. That's not true. But the question is, when you pray and you are repeating the same thing 5 times a day, how that
I
can be a
know.
prayer? How boring it is. Listen, if I call a person now, I say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ameen. Okay. And then I call you back after 2 hours. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Before even you answer the phone, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Malik al-Din, Malik yawm al-Din, Ameen. Okay. Now I call you 3 hours after. I mean, aren't you going to hang up on me and you will hate to talk to me and you will never listen to me? How boring it is to repeat the same prayer, which is not even a prayer, because this is what Allah said, not what you said.
About prayer, you know, because Muslims, they say like, oh, you have to pray so God will, you know, listen to you and like reply you, basically, like if you asked him about something, he will give you, right? But I was always like questioning, then why Christians, why Jewish, why even atheists, like they don't pray like we pray, but still God like listen to them, you know, when they ask God, or when they're like, oh my God, I'm in trouble, or like I need this to be solved, then God help them. So there is something that it's not right, right?
You see, first of all, when you pray, as an example, you pray like a noontime, right? Let us say the noontime prayer. Do you know that Allah, He come only in the third part of the night to listen to the Muslim prayer?
This one I don't know, but my mom told me that the angels in Salat al-Asr, they switch. Like I know, I used to believe, I swear I'm not lying. This was like anyway, she used to tell me that okay, there is morning angels and there is night angels.
Right,
So
right,
morning angel, like the ones that they send in our sides, you know,
right.
like it's like those ones, they work from morning to the Asr. And then when you pray Asr, they will go to the sky and tell God the hasanat and sayyat you did.
Ah,
And then the other ones will come and like replace
Yeah.
and then we'll work
You see,
until night, and it's
in
like
the
this.
front of me, I don't know if you can see the screen. There's a
Yeah.
hadith here. It says, the Messenger of Allah, he said, our Lord, the blessed, the superior, comes every night down in the nearest heaven to us
Yeah.
when the last third of the night remains, saying, if there is anyone to invoke me so that I may respond to his invitation. So Allah come only at the third part of the night, and which means all the Muslim prayer is happening in the wrong timing. And what your mom, she said to me, you about the angels, they will switch. Well, this is the hadith. Allah, he come in the third part of the night. He is not waiting for the angels to come down to bring. At the same time, the angels take them 1,000 years to go. The Quran says so.
Ah,
1,000 years. So if you pray now, the angel, in order to take your prayer to Allah, is going to take him 1,000 years to go to report the prayer. You know. So what your mother she's talking about? Obviously, she don't know what she's saying. But here, the question is, why Allah the need to come down to the lowest heaven to hear the Muslims? Maybe he have a bad reception. Can't he hear it from his chair?
exactly.
And when Muhammad he says the third part of the night, well, we don't have one night time zone, right? We have many. I mean, when it's daytime in here, it is night in different place.
Yeah.
So that's mean Allah like a yo-yo, keep coming up and coming down, because he have to come in every place in the third part of the night. But because Muhammad he think the earth is a flat, and all of us we have one time, so Allah will come down in the third part of the night. And can the Muslim they say this is a weak hadith? No, this is al-Bukhari, and the same hadith is exist in Sahih Muslim. Islam is
Yeah, like,
Islam is a stupid religion, very stupid. I mean, this is this is the religion of stupidity. What you can say?
they ask you to pray at night. Like, I've been asked from my mom. My dad never. They don't. My dad doesn't care about my religious side. He's just like he's doing his thing. But my mom is more like, yeah, you have to pray. You have to do you blah 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 blah. Anyway, um, I've been asked from my mom to pray at night so many times. Like, yo, wake, like, especially in Ramadan, she'd be like, wake up at 3, like, to pray. Oh my God. I'm like so sleepy. Like, why there is morning and there is night? So we could wake up in the morning, do
Yeah,
our
because
thing, maybe even
if you
praying.
stay late,
And
Allah, this is the only time Allah he come down to the earth. Allah,
exactly, like,
Allah is a Batman. He work only at night time. Yeah. Well, if there is any question, you need me to answer you to help you, I will be happy to answer you.
for now, I'm still like, because I would say I left Islam, but I still have that problem because I told you I was a good Muslim. Before I eat, I say like Bismillah. Before I do anything, I say Bismillah. Before I even enter my room or my house, I say that. I also like
Do you enter
got
the
to.
do you enter the bathroom with your left foot or right foot?
I never paid attention to that. My mom actually look look, there actually is true. Like, my mom told me about it. Like, she said that you have to use your left foot, but to be honest, I never
But but
paid
but
attention.
did she tell you why?
Yeah, she said that shaitan, those shaitan stories anyway. Anyway, I'm really like
I,
now
I
finding a
I know you
problem.
are shy to say why because it's dirty, but this is the most stupid thing. Like you enter the bathroom, and if you don't say certain words, Shaitan he will play with the anus of the person. This is the most stupid religion ever. So, but you are a smart person. I mean, uh, how you can accept for a second to be part of such a cult? I mean, isn't it obvious? It's stupid.
Oh, you see, the thing, I've been asking. I wasn't actually interested in even knowing more. Like, before I went abroad, I never was like, I never thought of asking more. I'm just like, okay, I will do what they say, and it's okay. But if I have like some big question, I would just go ask my dad or like go to search in Google. But I mean, like the answers are never convincing. And when I came to China, I had like foreigner friends, of course, and they are like Christians or whatever. And we start having those, they're asking me about my religion, and I never had, of course, the answers because I don't know much. So I asked my dad, and then my dad, when he answered me, I tried to think about it, and I'm like, okay. And then I tell my friends, but then they're still not convinced, and I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. How come? And then I start mm, thinking more and more, and somebody introduced you to me, so I start watching your videos, and it suddenly all made sense. And that's why I'm like, okay, so I have to leave. But yeah, this still, I'm now still having a problem with what I told you, like the Bismillah thing. And I think I don't know what to say, like, in the name of Lord, I don't know,
No,
I'm
no,
like
it's you see,
so lost
it's okay,
now.
you know. I mean, I understand. Like there's the things we used to in the language, but it's okay. You know, this is not the issue. You see, we don't focus on the, let us say, in things is meaningless. We focus in the core. So in your heart, do you really think Islam is from God?
No,
That's it. You
no,
well,
it's
that's
impossible.
yeah.
It's a man, it's a man who wrote this, and it's obvious because there is nothing that helps women in Islam. I've been asking this all the time,
You know, there's good
but
things in Islam
like,
about women. As an example, your husband can beat you. Don't you like that?
yeah, I told my dad, I was like, why men can beat women. My dad, he never touched my mom, but anyway, he was like, well, you have to beat this ones who doesn't listen. And I was like, but why would you even beat her? Like, divorce her. Isn't it easier? Like, if she's like really bad and she doesn't listen at all, then just
And what about
divorce her.
what if the man is bad? Why the woman she can't beat him? If this is the scenario,
Well, my dad, for him, he was like, divorce him, or like you beat him too, like have a fight there.
yeah, but yeah, but it's not the issue of Islam, you know.
I
Yeah.
know.
So, but you see, the logic is very awkward. If the woman she is not obedience or even do you fear rebellions, you can beat her. But what if the man is an idiot? Can the wife she beat him? No. So Islam is a
I know.
man-made religion. You know, I remember
Yeah.
actually once a lady like you, she called me and she left Islam life on air and she told me the reason I'm leaving Islam because Islam is man-made religion made by the man for the man. It's not for us as women. Do you agree?
Yeah, like just look in all. I also start thinking, like, why all, not without any exception, why all Islamic countries are the worst, like especially when it comes to women rights, and like what happens to women, and not only like poverty, let's not talk about poverty, but like also the women, like the women there are suffering,
Yeah.
like suffering,
Actually, Aisha, she
like,
said, I never saw a suffering woman as much as I believe in women.
yeah, so she's right.
Yeah.
I want to ask her too why she's Muslim.
Well,
Ah,
I'm glad because now you already said uh, that you don't believe Islam is from God. That's mean you are an ex-Muslim already. That's wonderful.
yeah, I look, if I don't say that, you wouldn't answer me.
So, for how long you are watching my videos in
And
my
now
channel?
it's like, I think, around a month or more than a month now.
So,
Yeah.
is that because of my channel you are convinced Islam is false?
No, like I've seen also how Muslim interact with you,
Okay.
and
Yeah, that's mean
yeah, I
because of
know.
my channel then. Okay.
I'm like, yeah, it's okay. That's obvious. Like they would answer you like this, and this is how the answers will be. So yeah, it's because of your channel. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you are out of Islam and you are listening, and I will be happy to help you in any question you have. Feel free to call me anytime if you have a question. And for me as a Christian, I would love to invite you to accept my Lord and my Savior, the Messiah. You see, we as a Christians, we love the Muslims, we don't hate them. And this is the difference between Islam and Christianity. In Christianity, we've been ordered to love even our enemy. Jesus said, love your enemy, plus those who curse you. So I say to you, my sister, if you allow me to call you sister.
Yeah, sure.
I invite you to accept Jesus as your Savior, because you will see not only a difference, it's the same as difference between light and darkness, between Christ and his teaching and his ethic and his love and so-called Islam or Muhammad. In Christianity, you are a child of God, you are not a slave of Allah. In Christianity, you are a queen, you are not a servant. In Christianity, even Jesus himself, our Lord, he is born from a woman. So in Christianity, we don't put women down and we don't say they will go to hell. In Christianity, Jesus said, he described the church as a lady and he is as the husband. So this is how much the church for us is a holy name, is not just a name. So in Christianity, the woman, she is a church. She is the church of the man. She is not a woman to use and abuse. When a man and a woman, they get married, the Bible teach that they will become one. A man, he cannot marry four. Why? Because this is nothing but a lust. A true man, he will have only one woman, because what four women can do and one woman cannot, that is just a lust. So in Christianity, you will be the queen of your house. You will be the only lady for your husband. He is not allowed to lie to you, and you are not allowed to lie to him. And you will live as one entity, not two person. Yet you are two people, but you will be one. And that's what Christ would do to your family. And even your children, they will be different in ethic, in lifestyle, in belief, in practice, for they are new creatures, new creation. You know, I don't know if you heard Christian, they say, we are born again. Did you hear that before?
Yeah,
What do you think about this
yeah.
word, born again? What do you think?
Uh, I don't know. I was never like,
Do you know
mm,
what they meant by born again?
like when they are Christians, or when they become Christians, or
Yeah,
like
when
in
you
which
become a
situation?
Christian, you are born again. That means that with the Messiah and by the gift of the Holy Spirit, you will be a new person. You are born again. For sure, we are not going to be born the same as a child from his mother, but we are
Yeah, yeah.
born with God by the Spirit of God. So we will be new people. Will renew our life. Jesus, he bring you to humanity back. You know, evil made us evil, make us ugly, make us disgusting, greedy, selfish. In Christ, you will become a new person. That's why you will be born again. So if you like to know more about Jesus and you are interested, I will be so happy to help you.
I actually got I have like a Bible here.
All right.
I actually I'm looking for Arabic Bible, but and it's okay. I have like an English Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to like understand what's going on there. Um, it, to be honest, Christianity is convincing, but I'm still trying to like take my time in understanding. I mean, there is no other religion I can join to. Um, like after because Islam is a lie, and as long as Islam took a lot from Christianity, so it means that Christianity maybe is
The
something.
original thing, it's the
Yeah, yeah,
truth.
the origin.
Yeah.
So it's just that I want to understand one thing, is that how Jesus is God, because this thing I heard you talked about it so many times, but still it doesn't, like, I'm trying to
Yeah,
understand it
let us
more.
say, what is God? When we say God, what God mean? What do you think? What when we say God?
God is like something that, well, it doesn't have a shape, and of course it doesn't have a size, so maybe it's bigger than even anything that you can even like imagine. Maybe he's, yeah, like, I don't know.
You see, until now you are still thinking the same as Muslims they think. You know,
Look,
you are talking. No, no,
I'm
hold on.
still
It's
stuck
okay.
in a box.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not judging you. I'm not. You know, I'm just trying to help you. So when we say God, you know, in Christianity we have different description for God. As an example, if we go and we read in the Bible, it says God is love. God is love. You see, what you focus in is a shape, is a look, is etc. This is not really what God is. Christianity have different definition for God. If you go to First John, the book of First John, we will see it says God is love, and all who live in love live in God, and God live in them. This is extremely beautiful. So our God is a loving God, and He Himself is love. In all other cults, they focus in a look, legs, hands, how big He is. In Christianity, we focus that God is love, because love is the most extreme power. Make us different from other creatures or other creation. Animals are animals. They have emotion, yes, they have, like, but love is something different story. Human being, he have a gift, he receive it from God. Where he receive it? Only from God. Only God can give love. So when you are a person who live in love, you are living in God, the Bible said, for God is love. So in Christianity, love make you a high, noble person. You are out of this world. You are flying. You are not normal like those people who hate and when a hatred inside them, they want to kill each other, they want to go for war. You are living in love and you are enjoying love. And this is what Christianity will do to you. God is almighty, yes. He is all powerful, yes. I explained to you that God, He don't mistreat women or men. When they ask Jesus, who is going to marry this woman, when she go to heaven? Who is going to be her husband? Who is going to have her? He said he and she, they will be the same as angels. They will not get married. So you and me, we will always be equal in the front of the eyes of God. Doesn't matter if you are a male or a female. Still, me and you, we are children of God. So in Christianity, you go back to your place. Your place is what? To be the child of God. So this is why I'm asking you if you like to know about Jesus, because I would like really to see you become a child of God, to be someone special, and to be living as a special person, not only being a special. Because in Christ we are really new people. This is why we spoke about born again. When Jesus said, "Love your enemy," if we practice just one sentence of Jesus' teaching, all mankind history will change. Imagine, because nobody hate anybody. Everybody love everybody. Nobody have enemies. No criminals, no thieves, no liars, no cheating, no war. Why? Because everybody love everybody.
Yeah, but like CP, you still didn't answer me. Like, how come Jesus can be God?
Why not? Because Jesus
No,
can be
I'm
God.
just.
I will tell you why. Well, how we know who is God or not? I can say I'm God too, and you can say I'm God. But Jesus is the person who was able to resurrect people from death. Even the stupid Quran confirmed that Jesus can make from the mud a bird. Correct? So you need to ask yourself, what is the root of those stories? Are they just stories or they are real? So Jesus is the creator. Jesus is a healer. Jesus, he can heal you spiritually, mentally, physically. Jesus, he can do what nobody can do. Jesus controlled the nature. Jesus controlled the earth. Jesus, he forgive your sin. Jesus, he gave us a better life. So being God or saying I'm God, it's an easy talk. I mean, let us say talk is cheap, right? Anyone can say that. But Jesus is the only one. He proved to be God because he went to death and he came back from death. And people, they saw his disciples, they witnessed him. And even thousands of people, they saw him after he was crucified. So Jesus, he proved not by saying I am God, but by doing what God do. So when we say how Jesus can be God, I myself, I ask myself this question. What is the reason for me to believe that Jesus is God? Just because he said the beautiful words? Is that because he say beautiful statement? No, because Jesus, he can do what nobody can do. Things only belong to God. they belong to Jesus. This is why Jesus said, from their fruits you shall know them. And this is how we know who is Jesus, that he is God, because he is the fruits, resurrection, healing, making the blind see. You touch just his clothes, you are healed. He resurrect people from death. He create eyes, he gave eyes, he gave life. He said, I am the life, I am the resurrection, and he did that. So not because he said, but because he did too. Even in the cross, Jesus, he said, because he loved everybody, he says, forgive them, Father. They do not know what they are doing. So when we speak about Jesus as God, it's not just a statement. It is a witnesses, people who live with him, and they die for him. Why the disciple of Jesus? They are willing to be killed. Even they fed them to the animals. Imagine they come to you and they say, hey, the Roman, they arrest you. They say, if you deny Jesus, we will let you go. If you don't, we will throw you to the lion, and people will be watching, and he will eat you alive. Why a person like this will be willing to die for a lie? Because they are
Yeah.
witnessing what happened. They saw what happened. They are true believers. This is why the question always will be, you see, those are not going to fight so they can get the booty like Muhammad. And Muhammad, he promised them, if you die, you will get 70 diversions. No, they are not fighting with swords. They are taking them literally, and they are thrown to the animals. And all what they need to do to be saved from being killed and eaten by animals is just to deny Jesus. But they refuse. Such a faith have to have a reason, because they saw and they witness that he is true.
I have one question. It's a little bit stupid because it comes from Islam.
No,
It's
it's
not
okay, no
Christian,
problem,
but
no problem.
yeah, it's like in I as I told you, the story is different. And in Islam they said that Jesus, he, well, first the name is different, and that's a one problem. And the second thing is that they said that he talked when his mom brought him, like when
In the
she
cradle,
gave birth to him.
yeah.
Yeah, this is not true, or is it true?
You
I'm
see,
just like
here
trying
here you need to ask yourself another question.
to.
If this is a story, is it true? Why the Christian they will hide it? I mean, this will confirm even that Jesus is God for them more. You know what I mean? Because he did not wait like other people, like they grow, they learn how to speak, they learn language. This person, he is born, he speak languages. Not only that, he speak wisdom. Muhammad, he waited 40 years. 40 years. And then the angel came and he spoke to him and he squeezed him. Still Muhammad
It's
don't
so
understand.
weird.
Yeah. So how
It's
come
so
Jesus,
weird.
how come Jesus in the cradle, yet he is talking in the cradle? So this is story. We believe it's coming from, fabricated stories, and there's no reason for the Christians to hide it, because that will make even our we have more proof that Jesus is more powerful, right? I mean, why want to take it off? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this will make it even more, will make Jesus more amazing. But we reject, and this is additional proof that the Christians, they have the true book. Otherwise, why we will take such a story away when this story can help us to convince people more to believe in Jesus? But the reason we did
And
not accept it because it's false. How Muhammad he
every
knew this?
time.
When Muhammad he got those stories from? Muhammad he never saw Jesus. He never been in the time of Jesus. He don't learn Hebrew. He don't speak Hebrew. He don't speak Greek. So where he got this from? He heard it from
Well,
people.
you see,
He heard it from people.
well, you see, because he said that God talked to him, so that's why
Yeah, the
people
same
will
as
just
he
believe
said,
it.
the same as he said about Alexander the Great. He found the sun set in the murky water, right? When they asked him, tell us about Zulqarnain, he said, I will tell you about him. He is a person, Allah told Muhammad supposedly, that he is a person, he took a way, and then Allah gave him the way, like which means he gave him the power, ability, etc. And then he keep walking, until he found where the sun set, and he found it setting in murky water. But the story of Alexander the Great, this is story, is written by somebody from Syria. It's a fiction story about Zulqarnain. Zulqarnain is a real
I
person,
told my dad.
is
I
Alexander the
told
Great.
my dad.
Yeah.
I told my dad about this. I was like, okay, so this. I told him, you know, the story of Dhul Qarnayn in Quran, and he was like, yeah, what's wrong with it? And I was like, okay, so this story is actually not real, and it's just like a fiction story from Jewish people. Like
No,
they
no, no.
tell it to
This is not from
support.
the Jewish
I don't
people.
know.
No, the Jewish actually, the Jewish people, they got him busted. They came to Muhammad and they told him, tell us the story of a prophet Zulqarnain. So Muhammad now is as a fool.
Prophet.
He took the bite, you know, like
Yeah.
sometimes Muslims they call me and I say to them, tell me verses from the Bible of Trump. And they start like they claim to be ex-Christians or something. So they start saying, yeah, I know the book, which is obviously they are false. So this is what the Jews they did to Muhammad. They told him, tell us the story of a prophet Zulqarnain. Muhammad, he did not answer right away. He waited for a few weeks until he got more information. And then he came back and now he want to tell them the story. Allah told me. But the Jews, they are laughing because there is no such a prophet. And Zulqarnain is not a prophet. So he took the story, which is very well known, a fictional story between the people, that he is a person who went all the way. He found where the sun set. He found where the sun rise. He built a dam between us and the creatures. They are called Gog and Magog. And then Muhammad supposedly he gave them the answer. But then by hearing the answer, the Jews they die laughing, for this is absolutely hilarious, you know. Uh, so there's a guy. His name is Yasser Qadi. I don't know if you know him. He made a video
Oh.
about Gog and Magog, and if you watch it, you will die laughing. The Muslim they are trying to find excuse why we cannot find until now the dam which is built by built by Zulqarnain for Gog and Magog. Where are they? Especially the number of Gog and Magog is 1 to 1,000, which means right now we are 8 billion human in this earth. According to Muhammad, one human equal to there's 1,000 Gog and Magog. So if we are 8 billion, they are 8 trillions. So where we can find them? Where is the dam? We have a map. We have satellite for every spot in this earth, right? So where is this dam? We cannot find it. It's a fiction, stupid story. So the Jews always. That's why Muhammad he hated the Jews. They got him busted. They give him a trap. He say the stupid answer, and they start laughing at him. The same
But
as
you see, when
yeah. Go ahead.
I understand the whole story because I watched your video when you talked about it. But when I told my dad, he was like, well, I was like, but this is a fiction story, and he was like, anyway, fiction or not, God is trying to teach us something from it, which is
What
you
okay?
have
What
to
we
be.
learn? What we learn from the story? Nothing. I mean, stupid story. What the sunset in murky water? What the heck is that? It's a spring of
I don't
not
know.
only even an ocean. Like the Muslim, they try to answer. They say, no, no, no. This is from the perspective of Zulqarnain. The verse in the front of us, where it says perspective, he says he found it set in a spring of murky water, boiling water, and not only that, he found near it people. So we are talking about a location. He found near it. What perspective? So they try to cover up, but nobody can cover up. They are out of duct tape. And this is why you, because you are a smart person, you cannot take it no more, and you decide to go out of this religion.
Yeah, now the thing is that I'm really like I don't know how to face my parents, to be honest.
Do you like to
I tried
invite
to
them to
ask
talk
my
to
dad.
me? Do you like to invite them to talk to me?
Look, I really want you to talk to my dad, but
Yeah,
he can't speak English.
I will talk to him in Arabic.
Okay, then that's perfect. I want to see his answers when you will ask him, because for me, I'm not really, I wasn't, and
You
I'm
speak
still
Arabic
not.
very well, right? You speak Arabic very well.
Uh, well, he speaks better Arabic than me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
So
but
yeah.
if I talk to him in Arabic, he will understand what we are saying.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so you understand, but you don't speak very good.
Like my Arabic, like the Arabic is not good, but my dialect is good.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if you want, you can invite your dad and your mom even too. I will be happy to talk to them. I will speak to them too. Very nice, I promise you.
okay.
Just tell me in Skype that my dad agreed to talk to you, and I will be very respectful for them, and I will do my best to help them to understand, and we will speak in Arabic, and we can translate to people later what we are saying. No problem.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You are
I
welcome,
appreciate it.
absolutely.
Yeah.
If you have Muslim friends, if you have anyone in relatives, sisters, do you have sisters, brothers?
I have one sister, I have one brother, and I
Bring them.
because I left now. Yes, I left now. I'm trying to find a way to try to share your video with them or something, because I know if I shared your video they will start telling my parents, "Oh, this girl, she wants to do something blah blah blah." But anyway, I will but you the only thing is that you have to talk to my dad. That's the only, I think, the solution
I
here.
have no problem to talk to him, trust me, and I will be so patient with him. I will speak nice to him, uh, and I will be happy to help him in any way. I'm sure he will get a lot of benefit from talking to me, regardless of the result. But I think he will leave Islam if he take what the conversation seriously. You know, if he is if he
E-
is sincere to know the truth, then he will leave Islam.
I hope he could, like, use more logic because you know
No
Arab man.
problem. You see, sometimes you see, I don't use my logic. By the way, when I speak to people, like if your dad call me, I will not use my logic. I will listen to him first, and I will use his logic to prove him wrong. I don't use my logic. You see, this is the mistake of many people. They do, they use their own logic, but that will not work. So I used the people logic. When people they throw something on me, I just throw it back. You know. So just leave that for me, and you will see.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna waste any of your time. You need
No, you are
real,
not. You
real
are
those.
welcome. Actually, I believe everybody here is happy to have you. Hey, people here, say hello to our sister. She is not a Christian yet, but we pray that she will be soon Christian. And even if she is not, God, God, our Lord, He ordered us to love everybody. So show your love to our sister here. Welcome her and tell her she is welcome. You are happy to hear her voice. Just share with her how you feel really about this wonderful conversation. We are happy for you, even though I do not know
Yeah,
your name.
thank you
We
so
are
much.
we are so happy for you. And I was when I heard you first time, like you were jumping. I was like, what happened? You know, like you hey, you know, like I don't know what happened. I thought somebody.
No, because I've been trying to call you for a long time, and I
How
think you
come?
called
This
me
is the
back
first time I
twice.
get a call from you. I did not get a call
No,
before.
no, 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 no. I tried to call you many times, and I think you called me twice, but I was
Oh, you mean to
in class.
you mean today? Today?
Uh, not today, not today. Today, yes, I tried like two times before this one,
Okay.
but like it's been now a week. I'm trying to call you.
All right.
Yeah, you called me twice, but I told you I
Yeah, I
was
see
in
you
class
call
and
me. You call me yesterday, and
and before yesterday.
you call me Wednesday. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, but you see, I don't know. There's many people they lie. I mean, there's a guy. He is
Yeah, yeah,
mentally
yeah.
ill. He called me. He said the F word. You know, I hang up on him. So this is why sometimes I ignore some text. Yeah, but I'm glad I called you today.
Ah, thank you so much. I feel so much relief now after I talked to you. It's just that it's you, like, how am I supposed to do with the thing that I told you? It's like, say the Bismillah thing and before eating and stuff.
You
Because
know,
really,
you
it's
speak English. Say in the name of the Lord. Say
okay. Okay.
if you want to be even do it better, say Jesus in the name of Jesus.
I don't mind, to be
Yeah,
honest.
okay.
I just,
Well, you know, for
yeah.
me, before I pray in my heart usually. I don't pray, I don't make loud. If I'm a restaurant, I don't make people even notice, you know. Uh, but I say, thank you, Lord, for the food you give us. Very simple, two words. You know, you do not need to make a story and etc. So you can use the word Lord and try from your heart to speak to the Lord, the true Lord, and he will answer you. I'm sure he will, you know. Just
This is one. Thank you. And the second one is that for fasting, I told you before, even if not for the religious part, but I kind of like fasting. So I'm just asking, like, is Christianism has like fasting or
yeah,
something?
we have. You see, in fact, actually, some churches depend in churches, but major churches they fast more than 90 days a year, uh, not 30 days. But our fasting is different. You see, the Muslim when they fast, they don't fast really. You eat more, Because
I
what,
know, I know.
yeah,
Yeah.
because what you do, you switch the day to night, and at night now your mom, she will make all the shish kebab and the
We start
hummus, and
cooking from
yeah. So
two.
in Ramadan, you get fat, right?
Yeah, like we start cooking around like 2 until 7:30, like, and
Yeah,
we're just cooking.
so you are
Yeah.
eating more, and you are eating more expensive food too, because they spend more money on that month, right? And the price of food go crazy if you live in the Middle East. Because simply Islam fasting is a fake fasting, is the opposite. That's why the price of food go crazy, because people are buying more. If they are really
Yeah.
truly fasting, then the price of food should go down, because nobody buying too much food. But because they are eating way more, prices go so crazy, and even people borrow money to cover the month of Ramadan. But
Not only this,
in Christianity, you
even
can fast
even
any day you want, but fasting, the
oh,
most important fasting is fasting from evil, is fasting from being filthy, is fasting from hate, is fasting from hurting. This is the most fasting. The rest, the body fasting, this is just a practice of being disciplined, how to control yourself, how to be patient, and it help you even if you wanna like to show yourself that I can practice some, let us say, training to my body, so I can make my body under my control, and that help you can fight against sin. But the most important fasting is not food. The most important fasting is fasting from evil. Because what the benefit of somebody? He fast, he even pray, but then after he finish both those things, he is the most harmful evil person. Or he start cursing people. So,
in my country, like in Ramadan, people start fighting like
oh
even
yeah,
more because some of
crimes.
them, like, they have to smoke and stuff, and because they're fasting, they don't smoke, and then they just start like getting mad
Yeah,
over nothing.
they use it as an excuse even for violence. Like, don't
Yeah.
talk to me, I'm
Yeah.
fasting, man. Come on. And they start even this, they even crimes. If you search on Google, you will find that the crimes increase 3-4 times more in the month of Ramadan in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Algeria, in all
Yeah.
Islamic countries. Why? Because the hypocrisy. There's a lot of
Yeah.
hypocrisy, because if you are fasting from what exactly? You're fasting from food. Well, you know what? I eat once a day. I fast every day. That's me. Based on the Muslim logic, I'm fasting all my life. So this is not really what make you a good person. But
Mm.
fasting is not what make you a good person. Is being good to others, not fasting. Jesus said, "It's not what go inside your mouth, but it is what go from your mouth, what go out from your mouth." So I can eat the most clean food, I can fast, but then my mouth is filthy, my mouth is dirty, my mouth harming everybody, and even maybe I harm people physically. So what the benefit of this fasting? So the most important fast is the fast of the heart, of being clean and clear in our heart. That is the true fasting. Otherwise, all fasting is useless.
Yeah, you said like people borrow money for in Ramadan. They borrow money even like in Eid al-Adha to buy the udhiyah. Like,
Yeah,
come on,
because it's too
seriously?
much expensive. The life is so much
Oh my God.
expensive, and then this religion became like a problem, because and not only that, like you are coming from Middle East like me, so like now we have a tradition. We have to invite the cousins and his wife and his childrens,
Yeah.
and then we invite us. And when we cannot serve normal food, we have to serve extra expensive food, and that make these occasions are so expensive. But
In Morocco,
yeah,
so many people, like so many men, especially men who has like families, they suicided because of Eid al-Adha, because they can't provide the money to buy udhiyah. Like, I was like so sad when I heard this kind of stories, really. Like, they suicide just because they can't buy udhiyah for 1 year.
yeah, you see,
And now it's not because of the religion, it's because of the society. Oh, I have to bring this big sheep because our neighbors got a bigger one. So, like, if I brought a small sheep, they will say
yeah,
that's you and you and you. Like, I'm
You
really
know,
like,
in
wow.
Christianity, Jesus, he said, when you fast, you don't even tell people. You don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
You know?
Here they like to brag about it. Oh,
Yeah,
you're fast. I'm fasting too.
yeah. When and Jesus, he warned us not to be like the hypocrite who, when they fast, they tell everybody, and when they pray in the corner. So we as a Christian, if we pray, we are not going to tell everybody, I'm going to go to pray. He said, when you want to pray, go to your closet, which means your private room. If you fast, wash your face. Don't show that you are, because what you are doing is between you and your Lord, have nothing to do with the people. Islam is a show-off religion. Everything is a show-off. That's why you, as you said,
Because it comes from
yeah, because
because it comes from there, you know. I don't mean no offense, but like Saudi Arab people who brought this religion, like it comes from there, and they are like this. So of course, what do you expect? How do you
Muhammad
expect
is a
that?
very shallow person. And if you ask me, the reason Muhammad, he keep giving too much things to the Muslim to do, like the prayer, the ablution, etc., is just to keep you busy from thinking about him being false or not. He gave you too many things to do. So now you are busy with Islamic rituals, but not with God. You are just busy with ritual to the point, as we said, if you want to go in the bathroom, you have to make a prayer. If a man want to have sex, he have to make a certain prayer. Otherwise, Shaitan will share his wife with him. Crazy
Yeah.
stuff, you know. So all this stuff is just to make you live in fear. As your mother, she said to you, if you don't pray, all of us, we will go to hell. So your mother, she is trying to make you feel guilty and live in fear in order to keep you a Muslim. This is Islam, is what your mother, she did. Fear, guilt, and then give donation, build a mosque, then you go to heaven. But all
And
of us,
talking about building mosques, really, I don't understand why Muslims are trying so hard to build mosques abroad, but they don't allow other religions to build their buildings in their country.
because Islam is a hypocrite, evil religion. This is why, and they
You
are,
know,
and
in,
because they are afraid. You know, they are afraid that their religion cannot handle it, and people will leave Islam if they see the truth, if they see other, the true teaching of Christianity. Like in Morocco,
you know,
they made a law,
yeah.
as I remember, if somebody left Islam, he will go to jail. You know,
It's not only that, it's not only that, like we had some churches there, and I think they are closed now.
yeah.
I've never seen them open. And another thing is that when if you want to get married, you have like for me, because I used to be Muslim and I came from a Muslim family. If my husband want to marry me, he needs to bring like a paper of a proof that he's like, if he's a foreigner, yama, he's a Christian. Well, what?
You have to bring
eh,
a paper that he converted.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah,
they would not approve your marriage.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what is this?
Yeah, but you know, in the same time, I met thousands and thousands of Moroccans. They left Islam. You know. By the way,
Yes.
there is websites. I don't know if you know them. Maybe I can search for them and share them with you. They have a lot
Okay.
of Christian songs in Moroccan language. Do you know that?
I don't
Do
actually
you know?
try.
Do you know Akh Rashid?
No, I don't really talk to Moroccans because I'm scared of this thing, because they judge a lot, especially the Muslim ones.
Yeah,
So I don't try to make any friends with Moroccans or anything, or Arab.
yeah.
Like, I
But
don't have
those, you
any.
know, there is a program. It's called a Brother Rashid program. He is an ex-Muslim. He's a Moroccan. Wonderful
Oh,
person, you know. You can watch his, you can
okay,
search his videos. But maybe if your Arabic is not so good, but I will give you a link actually. I just search. There's tons of songs. This website is just Christians convert. They are ex-Muslims, and they became from Morocco, and they become Christians, and they have tons of Christian songs. I just gave you the link. You can open it later, and I'm sure you will.
okay,
I'm sure you will like those songs. Just listen to that. Maybe they will help you in a spiritual way.
Okay, thank you. And for before sleeping, do usually Christians like read something? Because I used to read Quran before I sleep,
Well,
and now because
yeah, always, you see, this is something personal. Uh,
yeah.
you read but you do not need to read. You can speak to the Lord directly. However, we encourage always the Christian to read every day something from the Bible. Something will help them, because Christianity is a personal relationship with the Lord, not things you must do. Which mean you might feel today you want to read a verse from here or there, something fit with your problems. The Bible help you, So in Christianity, we have relationship. Our belief is based in relationship, personal relationship with the Lord, not in rituals. Reading is you trying to learn more and to be inspired by God teaching. That will be wonderful. But anytime you want, before you sleep, you can speak to the Messiah, you can pray to him, you can make your wish, he will make you feel better, and you can give your heart to him. However, always you can read whatever you want. But because you are now new, you are trying to learn, well, you have to start from the beginning. Like I advise you to read, from John, read from chapter 1. The Bible is very
Okay.
deep, not the same as the Quran, silly book. It's very deep book. It's very spiritual. And try to be spiritual when you read, not just read words. And if you have any
Uh,
questions, anytime you can call me.
yeah, because really, I've been struggling with this since I decided to leave Islam. Because I told you, I used to be like a good Muslim, and before I sleep, I don't know if you know, but like Muslims like have some surah they will read before sleeping, like Ayat al-Kursi and
Yeah, no, no, we don't go by those
Alaq
things, because those things are fake, because if you see the Muslim, they read because they fear those kursi and stuff, because they are fear from bewitching and genie and stuff.
I never I never read them for fear. I just read them because my mom told me to. This is first. And second is that I got used to it to the point that if I don't read it, I don't
but
sleep
if
well.
you read them, they are stupid. I mean, what is special about them? Give me one. Give me
Well,
a
I've
give me
never
a give me a chapter you like, just to go there.
No,
Just
no, 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 no. No, no, no. I'm not trying really. I'm just telling you my story. I'm not
yeah.
trying
I
to
think no,
debate
no.
or
I'm
anything.
saying maybe because you are used to it, you grow up this way, so it became like a.
Okay, Ayat al-Kursi. Ayat al-Kursi.
All right. Let us go to Ayat Kursi. And now don't blame me when we start laughing.
No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. It's just I got used to it. Like let's say like a lullaby for me now.
Yeah,
So I'm trying to kind of find another way to replace it and read something that it's actually will help me. you
yeah.
know.
Okay. So, if we go to Ayat al-Kursi, even the names of the Quran, I mean, verses, they are really very funny. Uh, let us see. Sunnah wala no. This is chapter 2, verse number 2255. Allah, there is no God but He, the living, the self-subsisting, eternal, no slumber can seize him, nor sleep. He is, his are all things in heaven and in the earth. Who is there can intercede in his presence, except his permission. He knows what is what is between their hand and what is behind their hands. His chair is in the size of the earth and the heaven, you know,
Mm.
and extend over the heaven. But this is very stupid, by the way, if we describe it. And then, I mean, what we learn from this, you know? So it is He, Allah, but who is talking Allah? Why Allah saying it is He? Shouldn't He say I? And then He don't sleep. Okay, and you know, nothing take Him, not the sleep, and then everything belong to Him. Okay, wonderful. And then who can do intercede for Him? Nobody can intercede. But different verse in the Quran says you can intercede. Isn't Muslim they believe that Muhammad intercede? So this is have a contradiction. And then here he speak about that his chair is so big, the same size as the earth and the heaven. But this is stupid, because the earth
If
and
he
the
has a
heaven,
chair, he's sitting. That's stupid.
yeah, because the earth is inside the heaven, and the heaven is way bigger than the earth. So if his chair is in the size of the earth and the heaven, you know, because the verse says clearly, وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض, the size of his chair is the same as the earth and the heaven. So Muhammad, you think that the earth is maybe like a square, and then the sky in the top of it is exactly the same size, and Allah sitting in the top of that chair. That is very stupid, you know. And who is talking? Is Allah. So this verse mean nothing, useless. What that can do with you? The same when the Muslim, they kiss the black stone. You ask them why the black stone, you know, they say, well, because Allah, he sent the black stone. I say, okay, so what? You know, so all those rituals are false. They are meaningless, and especially you are not even praying. This is what Muhammad said 1400 years ago, claiming that Allah said that to him. But there is no way Allah is talking, saying, Allah, there is no God but He. You know, why Allah saying that? You know, shouldn't He say, I am Allah, there is no God but I? Instead, He's saying, Allah, there is no God. And I cannot understand in Arabic how you say, you start with saying Allah. What is the meaning of this? Allah. Suddenly he says Allah, there is no God but He. Okay, who is
Yeah,
talking?
like thinking about it, why in some verses he's saying Allah and some other verses he's talking with the I.
Yeah, you see,
I'm like so
but this is
confused. Like,
yeah, because Muhammad, he forget to switch. You know, Muhammad now is making Quran, so he keeps he forget to say, I am Allah. You know, so he says Allah said. He don't say the word Allah, but he's claiming Allah speaking. Allah, and what? Okay, shouldn't you say something? Allah, there is no God but He. What is that? What is the sentence? Where is the sentence? Allah, there's no. Shouldn't you say Allah? He said there's no God but He. But here saying Allah, there is no God but He. That's somebody taking shahada. So why Allah taking shahada to who? To himself? You know, he's witnessing that there's no God but He. Actually, there's a verse in the Quran. It says, "Shahid Allahu an la ilaha illahu." Allah, he took shahada. You know, yeah. So,
I don't think I heard this one before.
yeah.
But yeah,
Why Allah will take shahada? Here we go, chapter 3, verse number 18. Read it. شهد الله
it's
شهد الله
it's
أن
a
لا
little
أنه
slow.
لا إله إلا هو والملائكة وأولو العلم. So Allah witness, you know, the translation is false, saying there is no God but He, and then they says that is the witness of Allah. No, the Arabic says Allah He witness, there is no God but He. You who? And why Allah saying shahada? He's saying shahada to who? You know, I mean, he's trying to prove himself to be God to who? You know, if I witness in front of a higher authority. Like, you take me to the judge, you say to me, okay, say the shahada, what you saw, what you witness. But Allah, He bear witness to whom? This is the Quran, doesn't make sense. So when a Muslim, he repeat before he sleep, etc., he is not even reading anything. Or, you know, like
Yeah,
the
you know, the thing is that you are not allowed to think. This one, a lot of people would not understand it because I told you now I live in China and China is a communist country. It's also applying the same rule. You are not allowed to think. You are only allowed to listen. So maybe you will listen and read this thing, but you are not allowed to understand the meaning. Because if you understand the meaning, then it
you will
will
leave.
make sense.
Yeah, the Quran, chapter 5, verse number 101, it says, ask not questions. And verse number 02, it says, why? Because former generation, they asked the same questions and they lost their faith. So the Quran forbid you from asking questions about the faith. You can ask silly questions like, should I shave my underarm? As long as the question is silly, those questions are welcome. The second you ask a serious question, those questions are bad. Why? The
Yes,
Quran explained.
it's true.
Yeah, because if you ask those questions, the Quran explained, people will leave their religion. Can somebody question how Muhammad he went to heaven in few hours and came back? You cannot. You have to accept. Can you ask why even we are kissing the black stone if we are not pagan? You cannot ask. You just do it. You know, you say we believe, we surrender to Allah. We don't go by logic. We don't go by why, and you know, we don't ask Allah how we do that and why we do that. Can somebody ask why Muhammad he have a privilege of sex? No, you cannot. He's a prophet. He's above all of us. So he have a privilege. Why we can have 4 wives, but he can have unlimited? Well, we cannot. He's a prophet. Come on, you cannot do that. And if you ask, he might kill you. So this is what Islam is about. Ask not, because if you ask, you will lose your faith. And this is what happened to you. You start asking
Yeah.
questions, and Islam predict that those who ask questions, they will lose the religion, because Islam cannot answer the questions. Otherwise, why people will lose religion? Why they will lose their faith if they ask
My
questions?
dad found my dad found that my questions are too much, and he was like, "Go watch that." I don't know. His name is Ahmed Dirar or something like
Yeah,
this. It was like he debates a lot of Christians, and he win them or whatever. But people prove to me that he's lying a lot, and I watched some
Ahmad
videos
did
of
that
him like lying.
as an example. Ahmad did that once he was debating a Christian, and he made fun of him. He says, "Your Bible says that God he created the sun in Wednesday, but this is what Muhammad said." You know, so
Yeah,
this is what the Muslim they do. They go to someone he do not know Islam, so they can attack, you know, and the other person he will not be able to answer back. As you see, he made fun. The video is there. Your God, how the earth was without light, all this, but the Bible says, in the beginning, God he created light. He said, "Let be light," even if there is no sun yet, but light is exist, and he called light day. So that is a liar. Secondly, as you see, here is the hadith in front of us, and this is Sahih. Muhammad he said Allah created the earth, the dirt in Saturday, and the mountains in Sunday, and the trees in Monday, and the evil in Tuesday, and the light in Wednesday. But this is exactly what that was attacking the Christian with. But this is what his prophet teach. So that can look like he is smart, because simply the other opponent, the Christian is debating him, is ignorant. So they can look like they know. You do not know how to answer him. But if the dad is talking to me, I will make him shish kebab in 2 seconds. Yeah.
I have a question for you.
All right.
Like, do you think that those uh debaters, like those Muslim imams or whatever, they know the truth? Do you think?
Well, you see, when the Muslim wants, they ask an imam, and they insist to get the answer. His name is Yasser Qadi. They ask him if the Quran, if we give you a plain papers and we ask you to write the Quran again, is it going to be different? He said those questions should not be asked in public. Brother, don't ask those
Oh,
questions.
they know.
So they knew, but in public they don't want people to speak about it, because this will be embarrassment and will cause people to leave Islam. So
But
they
then if
so
they
they
know,
knew they
why are
knew
they still
it's a business.
why they're
It's
still
a business.
believing?
Do you know how much
Oh,
money they
yeah,
are
makes
making
sense.
from this business?
Makes sense. Makes
A
sense.
lot of money. I mean, they are rich. They are filthy rich. Like here, look, in YouTube, I cannot even take donation. Why? YouTube always side with the Muslims against us. I cannot even keep my videos. I have to delete them every few days. Why? Because you will never find one Muslim channel YouTube taking their videos down. Me, I
Yeah,
cannot keep my
I
videos.
saw like I saw one like maybe 3 days ago or something. You had like a live and you showed that there is like some higher
Yeah,
governmental
the
like
Pakistan.
they
Yeah, Pakistan. They
yeah.
they banned my books from Pakistan. Yeah, yeah, and they banned my link actually, my videos. Yeah, but this is what Islam is about. Islam need protection. Without protection, Islam is dead. This is why you see the Christians here in the chat always they say, Islam without lies dies. I don't know how many times you heard it. Islam without lies dies. So in order to keep Islam living, we lie to ourselves. We say, "Oh, Islam is strong. So why you don't allow the Christian to preach the gospel in your country if Islam is strong?" Why you
exactly.
don't let people to hear the same as they allow you to hear here? You come here, you build a mosque, you do whatever you want. Nobody kill you, nobody go after you. You are even allowed to go and even you insult Christianity in the street and nobody hurt you. Can we do the same in Morocco, in Algeria?
Well,
No.
we have my neighbors. There is one Christian guy. His family came from Lebanon,
Yeah.
and he studied in our school. And you know, like Arab schools, they teach Tarbiyya al-Islamiyya,
Mm-hmm.
like as a subject,
Yeah.
and he's forced to study it. Although he's Christian and his family like already like told the school and everything, but still he has to take that.
Yeah, it's okay. You know,
I'm like,
I studied Islam, so now Islam, I conquer Islam, you know. Did not work for their benefit.
and even like,
The Muslim now, they wish I never studied Islam, right? They
yeah,
wish.
to be
Yeah, they
honest.
made a mistake. Actually, the Caliphate Omar, when he occupied Jerusalem, he forced the Christians in the Pact of Omar, you can go read it, that Christians should not teach their children Islam. Why? Because they don't want the Christian children to know how evil Islam is. So he forbid them. It's against the law to teach your children Islam. If you ask yourself why, I mean, come on, they should be happy that we are teaching Islam. No, because if they teach Islam, then they will be able to refute Islam. They will be able to destroy Islam. We want them to stay ignorant about what Islam is about.
Not only that, for me, what woke me up is that when you talked about slavery, when you talked about like Muhammad, when he took that woman, what's her name, and he like killed her family, and then
Safiya.
he raped her, basic. Yes,
Yeah,
uh, I never heard those stories. They never tell you those stories.
yeah.
Like they just be like,
But
"Oh,
did you
God is
but did you check
God.
them
He
out
loves
yourself?
everyone. You have to pray."
Did you check out the stories after you heard them from me? Because maybe Christian Prince is not telling the truth. Did you check them out?
Look, you showed the like the things here.
And exactly, I show it on the screen, and I
I would.
post the
I look.
link, and I post the link. Yeah,
I
yeah,
I wouldn't even like say it's lie, to be honest,
yeah,
because I know.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
you wouldn't be lying, to be honest. Why would you even lie?
No,
Like
I show it on the screen. This is the Islamic website. That's not our website, right? Everything we show
exactly.
is in the screen. That's why the Muslim, they hate what I do, because I show the evidence. I'm not making a speech showing myself in the camera where people, they can say, oh, he's lying, it's not true. We are showing anything we say in the same spot immediately. Not even next year, next tomorrow. Right away. We spoke about it. We show it on the screen. And this is why they cannot refute us. But I'm so happy for you, my sister.
Oh,
And
thank you.
let me know anytime your dad you want to speak to me. I will be happy. You know, I don't. By the way, I don't open my Skype unless I am live. So if you try to
I know.
call,
I know.
yeah, if you try to call me, and I am not live, my Skype will always will be off. You will see only
I
Skype
know.
on only when I'm live. So you can tell me, like you want to bring your dad, and anytime I'm live, I will be happy to speak to your father. And if you have a question anytime about Christianity, I will be happy to hear you, and I will be happy to invite you to know the truth and to see the light and to know Christ. His name is
Thank you so much.
his name is amazing. My sister, my little sister. I am assuming that you are young. Uh, knowing Christ is the best gift I can give you. I can give you. I'm not. I cannot offer more than the best I have, and the best I have
Well, you
is the
offered a
Messiah.
lot. Like with your answers, like you offered already a lot. So
Thank you very much.
thank you. Yeah,
Well,
I will leave you now, and I will try to find a time, and yeah, I will try to invite my dad to talk to you.
all right. Well, thank you, and God
Yeah.
bless you, and we will pray for you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Take care. Bye bye. Take care. And don't forget to open the website I just gave you about the Christian. Let me actually share the website with everybody. Have a beautiful songs in Moroccan, but all of them, they are made by ex-Muslims. Christian songs made by ex-Muslims from Morocco. You can open it and you can enjoy the songs there. Now, for sure, the tone, the music is a Middle Eastern style, but the words are really, and as you see, like even, what happens sometime, that even those who leave Islam, because they use the word Allah, still they are, we are trying always to make those who leave Islam stop using the word Allah. Allah is not our God. Is not. Allah is a word contained two words, Al and La. La is the moon god. It takes a lot of work, but it's going to happen. Anyway, I think we have more than enough for today. If you like what we do here, don't forget to subscribe, and you can join us always in our channel. Invite your friends. If you are a Muslim, you like to call me, please let me know. Always we open our Skype when we are live, and I would be happy. If you are a sheikh, if you know a sheikh, please invite him. I'm sure even the Muslim will be interested to see a speech or talk, a dialogue between two people. Both they claim that they have knowledge. So if you have a sheikh, he claim, and I claim, then people will be able to judge to see who knows and who don't. And the one who cannot answer, obviously, he is following the false god. So we are Christians. That means we are victorious. And our victory is not about defeating Muslims. No. As you see, how beautiful to speak to this sister. We don't hate Muslims, and we will never hate them. The victory we speak of is saving them, not hating them. This is why I said to her that the best is about our God, that God is love. God is love. While they think about God as someone scary, for us as a Christian, the most important thing, that God is love. And those who live in love, they live in God, and God lives in them. Nothing can be compared to the teaching of Christ and his love. So I want to say thank you all. Don't forget, I delete my videos, so if you are interested, download them. Like this video will take maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes to be able to download, but in 2 days you will not see it no more. So download it, post it on your channel if you care. And if you are interested in certain part of the conversation, you can always cut the video and repost again. I pray to all of you to be in good health and wealth. I pray that the Lord will open the eyes of Muslims. We pray to the family of this wonderful lady, smart lady, who Muhammad, he claimed that women are half a brain. But as you see, the half a brain is the one who made such a statement. Half a brain is Muhammad, who he said women, they will go to hell because of menstruation, who speak always against women, but yet he promised Muslims that we will have a lot of women. Even Muhammad, he claimed that women, they approach in the image of the devil and they live in the image of the devil. So how they are in the image of the devil, but you promise us devil in heaven, which means women, a lot of them. How they are evil, how they are shaitan, how they are the source of evil. And then you promise us that our reward will be a lot of them. How they can be the source of going to hell, and yet they are the reward. Muhammad obviously is the devil. The one who say a woman, she come in the image of a devil, he is insulting his mother. Which one of you he dare, Muslims, to put a sign in the top of your mother grave or your mother bed? Say the statement Muhammad said, women approach in the image of the devil and retires in the image of the devil. Who of you dare to make a sign in the living room so your mother she can see it every day? Who of you dare? Shame on you. That is the image Muhammad trying to make the women look like. Yet he have tons of them in his house. He want to sleep with all of them. But yet they are the devil. The fact is, he is the most devilish, satanic person ever you can imagine. This is why the Lord, he said, From their fruits you shall know them. And if you want to know who is Jesus, go check his fruit. If you want to know who is Muhammad, go check his fruits. And you be the judge. Just be honest. Thank you. May the Lord bless you all. And I hope tomorrow I will be able to come live again. So don't forget to subscribe, invite your friends, your family, if they care to know. And I want to say thank you for being here. This is your brother Christian Prince, was serving you humbly for today. Thank you. God bless.